All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here at the Board Superintendent Fall Retreats. A little bit different format. The agendas are on your table, as you can see. And I want to give a little bit of housekeeping for everyone. We have ambient microphones at the tables to pick up your audio, so you don't need to speak into a microphone. Speak, use your classroom voice, your teacher voices, right? So don't be shy, but the microphones at the tables will pick up your audio. And also be aware, we have a camera, we're rolling in the back, which of course we will post this publicly on our website as a record of the board's activity in full transparency. So everything you say will be recorded.
Thank you.
Once again, everything you say will be recorded. But this is a great opportunity to engage and have some thoughtful dialogue and input and feedback on a number of topics. And of course, a little different this time, the fact that we do have a facilitator with us today who is going to walk us through much of the agenda, but we'll be also starting out with an exercise for the board. Did want to make a note for the board, and as the superintendent has indicated, Cabinet is here as observers today. So we'll move about a little bit, but today the activities are about the board and superintendent. Tomorrow our topics will engage the cabinet as well. So you'll see us moving about a little bit. We have plenty of room in the back to sit and relax if we need to, but we'll be here taking notes primarily as observers. If you hear any crying, it's not me, it's not Ramon, it's not Dave. There's some pre-K babies that are right down the hallway from us. So we did have the pre-K teacher come in and say she's got a few criers, so if you hear some of that, it's normal course of the day as our youngest learners are adapting to their environments and learning the great aspects of Oatland Island. As I understand, they might even take a field trip to see the bison today. So that's pretty exciting. So just wanted to be aware of that. Tomorrow we may utilize some of the other rooms for breakouts if we need to, but today will primarily be in this room. So with that all said, the formalities of the event are laid out. I will now turn the agenda over to Board President Moss and Superintendent Dr. Watts for opening remarks. Mr. Moss.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So, y'all know that I'm all about brevity, so this is going to be very short. First of all, thank you for coming out. Thank you all for doing the exercise. I hope you learned a lot about yourself. I did. It was a little bit too revealing for me. But before we start today, I want to start positive. I want to read you a response we had a parent contact us. He's going through a divorce. They have been homeschooling their child, and he wants to put his child in public school, and he wanted some advice from us. And I forwarded this email to Paul Oliver and staff, and this is what he wrote back. Thank you so much for returning my email so quickly. This is all very new to me, so having diligent people to help is truly a blessing. I will start working on getting together transcripts and test records as possible. Please let me know if you need anything else. That is called great customer service. So I want to compliment Paul Oliver and staff for just responding so quickly to this young man. Thank you very much. So we are going to get started. And before I go any further, first I'm going to introduce the superintendent, then I'll come back and introduce Brittany. Okay?
Is Brittany Inky?
That's it.
Brittany, is it?
Okay, I was going to introduce her, but I'll
Okay,
let
well,
you have the honor.
come on.
I'll let you have the honor.
Oh, no, please come on down.
Okay, sure. So I'm excited about today as an opportunity to kind of reset, refocus, rejuvenate. I try to wear a vibrant color today to express that, as well as my performance orientation, which you'll find out about later as we talk about the outcomes of our assessments, but I'm really excited to have Inky. I didn't know her name was Brittany. Inky's my name, Inky. I have had an opportunity to experience a similar situation in another district, but she is here with us as a local artist. And what is very unique about this opportunity is that she will be capturing and codifying our thoughts, the themes of the day, big ideas that resonate in the room, so that when we finish our retreat, we actually have memorialized the event. And it was important for me to have it captured in such a way because I plan to use it. So I want you to know that I will be revisiting this. We will sometimes just put it up on the wall as a reminder of some of the big themes and ideas that came up during today's retreat. So we really appreciate you being here, and you can just forget about her for right now. We'll see the art or the finished product later. Excited to be here. Cabinet, thank you for taking the time out of your day. I know it was an extremely busy time of the year, but I do feel like your presence is important so that you can hear kind of the same things that she's capturing, and it can guide our work for the school year. So with that said, are we introducing Sharon next?
I think Brittany wanted to say something.
Brittany, come on down. Take it away.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Thank you so much for welcoming me and for inviting me to be here. Just think of me today as your silent listening partner. I'm here to just capture the themes, the main highlights and takeaways. I invite you to interact with it and take a look during breaks. And if you notice that I've captured something incorrectly or it needs editing, just let me know and we'll co-create this together, and it'll hopefully be a nice product that you can carry through for the rest of the year. So thanks again.
All right.
Y'all want me to just go?
Everyone, Sharon Flager.
Hi. Yeah, that's great because my name is Sharon. Very much appreciate that opportunity to work with you all. My background is leadership development, executive coaching. I've been doing this for 25 some odd years. So I can go into a lot of that. I work with every kind of company, every kind of industry, nonprofits, things like that. The things that I really focus on are individual leadership growth, whether it's the CEO or somebody just going to college or somebody just coming out of college or somebody still trying to figure out what they want to do with their life. So wide range of individuals. And then I also work with teams, and really the focus on that is how do we make progress and how do we make progress together. For today's purposes of my introduction, the two things that I would tell you that I think are relevant, most relevant besides my background, is everything changed in 2020, as you all know, from a leadership perspective, and watching companies, watching individuals with the stress and the anxiety increase with the complexity and the changes coming. I'm sure that has impacted all of you. It still does. It's still impacting a lot of people, especially this pace of change and some of the chaos that comes with that. And so in a lot of ways, leadership that kind of seemed nice to have is becoming a lot more imperative and a lot more urgent. And so that's the work I'm really focused on, both the student and the teacher, and continually learning. And so what I wanted to do with you all today is talk a little bit about relationship intelligence. You all have completed the SDI 2.0. This used to be paper-based. It's been around for 50 years. They just started to make everything like this really fancy technology. That part of it, I'm still learning. But I would like to hear from you all that have taken the assessment. What was your initial reaction? Because once you finish, you had videos that said, this is who you are, which I know could be kind of creepy. Curious, what was your reaction to your results?
It was creepy.
Well, your computer says keeps it creepy. So.
It does, and I was like, there in my head, I actually must have answered these appropriately on the scale. Yeah, so. hit the nail on the head.
Good. Anyone else?
It was slightly different from the, hi, I'm Deanna. It was slightly different from the last time that I did it with another organization. That was about, I want to say about 10 years ago.
Okay.
But it was, the dominant themes were consistent, and, you know, they focused on these. I hadn't heard what the overdoing your strings. I thought that was so very polite. Because the last time I did it, that's not how they articulated it. Like, these are the things you need to stop doing. So it was, yeah. So it was good to see the difference, because the things that I had been advised to try to work on
Yeah.
10 years ago were more balanced in this one. And the things that were strengths were still strengths, but kind of took over the point spread of the things that needed to be addressed. So I thought it was very, very interesting.
Great. Great. Anyone else?
For me, it was spot on. I thought at some point, Cabinet, I'll let you read mine, so you have a little bit more insight into what this conversation is about, but it 100% accurately described me. So it's a valid and reliable tool.
That is one of the things about SDI that's different. I've used a number of these assessments. I'm a fan of a lot of them. This one I think is the most powerful as far as accuracy, and also how much it helps us understand conflict, which most of us weren't really taught a lot about conflict and how to deal with it. And so I think there's some really powerful stuff here. So like I said, this could be an 8-hour, 2-day class. So we're doing a little bit of a drive-by. We're going to be doing this less than 2 hours. There is a lot of information out, like within the app, and a lot that you guys can continue to do, so we can continue to reference it. The areas that we're going to focus on today are really getting to know the group pieces of it. We're going to look at what the group motives are. We're going to look at what the group strengths are. And then we're going to look at what is stage 1 conflict and what does that look like for each person. You guys will be working in small groups, and you're going to be kind of describing some of those things to your peers. And then we'll briefly touch on overdone strengths and the ones to look out for you guys as a group in particular. So, having said that, again, the goal of relationship intelligence is really the center of the cog that pulls everything together. It's our ability to work together. We've got, from a business perspective, and you guys have the same thing, like you've got your objectives, you've got your people, you've got your brand. We're going to be working on that this afternoon, your brand identity. But the way all of that works together and the ability to get to that kind of synergy and to bring out the best is really through relationship intelligence, which is a little bit more sophisticated than just emotional intelligence. So the outcome that we're looking for is to have a greater understanding and appreciation of diverse motives and strengths. Hopefully deepen relationships and trust, improved understanding and communication. I think this will help you guys tremendously when you see as a group what y'all's dynamics are. Obviously, the ability to make progress faster and be more productive with greater collaboration and the greater ability to prevent and manage conflict among team members. I'll tell you, in so much of my coaching and team coaching, things like that, 90% of it is conflict that's just misunderstood. It's people being on, they're not talking, they're not listening to each other. You know, it's really just a misunderstanding of the different motives and where they're coming from. So that is where we're about to go. So we'll talk a little bit about strengths and motives. One of the things that's really interesting about SDI that I like is they have 28 strengths that they, through all of their scientific research, say that we all have access to these strengths. Some of these strengths are our go-to. We have our top 3 strengths. Those are the ones that are very, very natural to us. We just show up and we do those things very, very easily. one thing to keep in mind though is that the top 6 are ones that you all want to focus on as individuals. Your top 3 are really, really familiar to you. You may not even think about them, but those next 3 are ones that you want to pull on more. The other theory that they have is we can choose our strengths. We can choose strengths that we aren't as comfortable with, that aren't necessarily our top go-to, and we have 28 to choose from. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. But when the analogy they use is our motives are like that anchor. That's why we do what we do. And the strengths are what we do. Our strengths shift based on the environment. I'm sure you guys have been in situations where if you're more introverted and reserved, you've found yourself, that's not the strength I can use today. I need to be more outspoken. I need to lean into this. So our strengths can shift based on the environment, but our motives anchor our strengths, and they're the reasons why we do what we do. This is another thing that I think people miss a lot is we don't go into the reason, the intention behind why we do something. I don't understand your reason, your intention for why you're approaching something differently than me. So the more we understand those reasons, the better we're going to understand each other. So, keep going here. As you hopefully remember from your debrief, the SEI, there are 3 core motives. We have blue, red, and green, and a couple of variations. They have 2 conditions based on our motives when things are going well, which is always really fun when things are going well, and then when things aren't going so well, when there's conflict. So those are the 2 conditions that we're going to kind of dive more into today. So we have a blend of these 3 motives. For people, our blue people, their motive is a drive to help others. Performance is a drive to achieve results. Our green people they have a drive to establish order. And again, there are a couple of different variations of that. So your MVS is going to be it's represented by the dot, and it can be in 7 different regions. I'm not going to go really deep into all the regions. If it's close to a border within 6 points from a data perspective, it may mean that you can identify with both. So if you're really close to a blue and a green, then you might want to look at the blue-green, and you'll be able to identify with a number of those things. So, now, that's meant to be a little bit of the review. This is how you all make it. So it's kind of a weird color here, but I'm just going to let you guys look at that, and I would love to hear what's your initial thoughts when you look at the team composite.
Do the numbers correspond to the order of the table on the left?
Yes.
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 I apologize. Yes. I don't know why the numbers aren't listed there. Any
So,
questions?
so HEB, is that a hybrid?
That's a hub.
That just means you're in the middle of the move right now.
Okay.
That's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, which is a good, I mean, I saw.
It means we're very balanced.
No, it was interesting when I pulled it up on this, there's a couple extra people, because you're in our one on the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried
Which is
to-
fine, that we had almost half? No, half, if we put 5 in hub. But we had a bunch of people that were in the hub, which to me did mean these are individuals that are centered, that can see all areas of this. At least that's how I interpreted it, and I thought that was actually a pretty good thing.
Yeah.
That we didn't have everybody scattered out to the far sides, because that's gonna be really hard to come together.
Right.
Yeah.
So just for a little bit of context, when I work with senior leadership teams of like Fortune 500 companies, guess where they're all in red. The majority are in red.
Yeah. Money,
When I work with IT companies, engineering companies, where they're in green, right? A lot of nonprofits, a lot are blue. So you do want that diversity. You want that diversity. Hubs are great. One of the challenges with hubs is you're a little bit of an unknown, right? Like different situations will call for different things. So you can lean into green, you can lean into red, you can lean into blue, which is different than if somebody's blue, because you'll see that more and more, right? So the hub is great, but you can still be a little bit of a mystery.
Well, I think that was one of the things was like, and I think I was telling David or somebody that one of the challenges I face is, overthinking the questions. And then when you see the results, like for me, a lot of it was definitely like spot on, but there were also some of the things that I'm like, it did make me think about, well, how I would respond differently in different situations, particularly if it's work versus family versus something else.
Yeah. And that was the other thing, one of that SDI does a little bit differently is they believe, and the way you answered the questions, there were some, this is your whole life, and then you answered questions based on how you work. A lot of assessments like Myers-Briggs, like a lot of the ones DISC, they kind of believe you're that person all the time. But SDI said, no, we're different at work. There are different strengths and motives and conflict situations at work than there are in our families. So that's why those two things are separate, which I think is super powerful. So that's great. So,
Ms. Hall had a question.
oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Just a quick overview question. We're in a kind of peculiar situation. We're a board and we make policy, but we don't do the work. So I'm wondering, I see Kurt's name is up there. I'm wondering if we had the whole cabinet, the people who do the work, lead the work, if we had them also involved in this, if it wouldn't give us a truer sense of how the team is going to move forward. Because we can be the best policy makers in the world, but if we don't have the people to follow through and see that it gets done, and gets done with a sense of urgency,
Right.
then all of our goodwill and happiness among ourselves isn't really going to, So I'm just wondering if we might broaden this to see what the cabinet also, people who, we need Vanessa Kabler to build that building, let's see what she's like, as opposed to just us who make policy.
And we're planning a team retreat, so that
Oh, I
this is
see.
something that I could
You do that
eventually
too.
do with them, yeah.
And then we'll put it all
Together.
kind of, yeah, okay.
I'd like to follow that line of thought because I think that seeing it separately and seeing it together may be very helpful
Yeah.
for the superintendent and cabinet. Because what you just described, you said, well, we just kind of make the policy, we don't do the work. But I think this is a very good map for the team to see what are the personalities that conceive the work? How do they conceive things? So when you're trying to bring something forward, you have an idea of, okay, this is the conceptual roadmap of how they view, how they think, how they shape. So we, in order to receive support for these ideas, would need to be able to connect to, I guess, more of a red, blue, or central dynamic, because that's going to elicit the greatest amount of support. On the same, in the same token, I like what you're saying about seeing how the cabinet thinks, because it would help us understand how are operationalized things coming to us.
That's right.
Because it may be focused on, and I'm a blue-green, so when something is coming performance-centered, then I need to recognize that is a strong, is likely, I don't know, you'll tell us, I guess, a strong operational trait.
And to that point, I noticed as I was comparing myself to others, that I am more strongly, my inclination leans more to performance orientation. Because I'm achievement oriented, like I want to get things done, but I balance that with people. But I am a red-blue. I think David was the only person who shared that combination with me. But I just thought that was very interesting, and the board leans more towards a people orientation, and I'm a performance, I want to get it done.
Yeah, but you're hired and we're elected.
Right.
So I couldn't have this job.
That might be good then.
The owner superintendent to be performance.
Yeah.
Dr. Hall?
Oh, I see a shift in myself as a teacher. Years ago, when I took Myers-Briggs, solid blue, no green and nothing else involved, blue. But as a school board member, it shifts now on blue-green because I'm now concerned with process. As before, as early childhood teacher, it's all blue, blue, happy people,
Right.
so I see the shift. So it depends on your role,
Yeah.
and how you think.
It does feel to me in today's world that we're all having to lean more into green, whether we like it or not, because of the rate of information and change. We're just getting hit 24/7, and things move so fast, right? So some people are just way more comfortable in that space of green, and then others, it's something we have to develop a little bit. But that makes sense to me, that would shift. And y'all's makeup actually does make sense to me too. I'm sorry. Yes. To her, I'm sorry.
Miss Hall.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no,
Turn your
I
finger
was like, wow,
Turn your finger.
we'll all be friends. To your point, the more people that you do get involved in this and you start to share the language, especially around conflict, you can be like, oh, are we going to stage 2? That's just a way of saying, let's not go to stage 2 because you can resolve 80% of conflict in stage 1. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. But SDI does have a lot of tools that will help to reinforce within a team or a culture to kind of keep that conversation going. So yes, I agree. Okay, so now what I'm going to ask is for the hubs together in one corner of the room. I just need we're going to break into groups. So we'll have the hubs up here. I need you to stand in front of the flip chart. David and Denise, red, blue. You're your own little team. We'll have the blue-green team.
No, I feel it.
Yeah.
And Michael is green and Roger is blue.
Oh, I thought you said.
So you're your own team.
Okay.
Yeah. So the hub can go over here, and then. Roger, do you want to have, you're your own team?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're in.
Where do you want me?
All you're gonna need is a flip chart, and I'm gonna give you the prompts for the questions. Right now, I just need y'all to gather in your little cohort.
You have the right colors on. I know.
I'm my own cohort.
Yeah.
So with you guys, if you'll just take one or two of your own flip charts.
Yes. Just back around.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Okay.
at the top of the flip chart, if you will write your motive type, so write at one person to be your, do we have a name?
Marker.
You have to think spokesperson.
So we're gonna get the markers, everyone, so if you're hub, write that, if you're red, blue, he's green.
What makes green? Yellow and blue make green, right?
Oh, it's telling us to write.
Yeah, they got green.
So, in your little cohort, in your little cohort, these are the 3 things that I want you to discuss and capture notes, and then you will choose a spokesperson to report this out to the group so that your peers understand what it's like to be a hunter or what it's like to be a hunter. right? That's the idea.
So who do I do?
So what we're after here is, what is the positive feedback that you hear the most from people?
Sociable.
When are you most engaged at work? So in this case, this is y'all's contact. What are the things that engage you the most? And then what triggers conflict for you?
Honestly,
So are we,
honestly.
We're answering number one. Friendly, approachable.
I can use.
I don't know how to say real.
authentic, 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 real, true and real together is real.
Oh, good, thank you.
Describe what, stop it.
Describe what you are most
engaged at work. I like a challenge. Challenge, problem solve.
30 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah, I sometimes do that too. Like I like the working with others.
Yeah, group. Something I'm passionate about. Something I don't know how you want to write
Align to our passion. Relevant. I like this, but it has to be like meaningful. It's gonna move the dial, it's gonna advance the ball, it's gotta be outcome oriented. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to do something that's not going to change.
I'm not gonna be just playing around.
Let's not do busy work. Let's not do busy work.
Not our private work.
Yeah, I would say.
So you get energetic as a.
So how we respond?
No, I'm Aquarius. But it shows up in my report as being, it's also a strength that I can overuse because it says my sociability can be distracting to other people.
Do you have ADHD?
Yes, I do. And I'm not apologizing for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I just like railroad people.
I do when people don't move fast enough, when I feel things are stagnant, yes.
Stagnation. Stagnancy, I don't know how you want to pluralize it. Yeah. I don't have ELA skills.
Stagnation, is that a word? That's like trill. What triggers you? When things move slow.
Yeah, lack of movement. Yeah. Feel that?
Resistance to
Yeah.
status quo orientation. Just keep on doing what we've been doing because it feels good. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
equivalent that I hear almost every day is,
That makes sense.
But you have to.
Savannah Way. Yes, when things move slow, stagnant, resistant, status quo. It triggers me.
All right. You're done?
Sometimes, because you know what? My spouse is green, totally. But it saved me a lot of times though, because I probably can feel myself at least 10 times, and he's like, wait. Before you go do that, let's just pause. And in the end, it's been good. So
Are you
it's a
guys
good balance.
good? Start sharing? Okay. Look, serious.
Have you seen the movie?
Okay.
It's actually
Let's
sad.
y'all still need people? Are we still having? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the president of the United States.
Oh,
In it, because he's like a famous.
yeah. Okay. Got it. What's the name of it again?
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
It's actually prophecy now.
Okay.
You watch
Check
that?
that out.
This is how.
I was on that.
I'm on a track now when I don't really watch TV, but I like to have it on in the background, kind of like refer to it as needed. Because I also don't like quiet. Quiet is really.
I'm good. I can drive. I can drive. Like I
I start telling stories that in my head that I'm like, why are you thinking about this right now? Stop it. But I like to have the TV on, but I've been watching Savannah, like Made in Savannah. I just have like a list. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's like a list of 40 movies.
Like not thinking about it.
It's like 40, like 40 or 50. Oh, okay. But I have to ease idiocracy into it.
Nah, don't put that on my lap. Your son will laugh.
My husband would laugh too. He likes that sarcastic part. Shows you how.
It's a 7.
And flip the side, idiots
Yeah.
are procreating like rabbits.
Yes,
So they
exactly.
extrapolate
Yes.
that out to like the
Yes.
year 22 something. And these people wake up and
They're smart.
they start watering their crops. Nothing's growing. Mainstream media said.
Okay, I might have to watch it.
All right, are you guys ready to
Yes, ma'am.
share with your group?
John, did you smell one of the
All right,
burgers?
you
Did
guys have some.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
All right, we're
Fruity
gonna
strawberry.
start with, Roger.
They're seven.
You want some Flutie?
I'm not,
I mean-
listen,
Okay, so
Yeah, he's yours.
we're gonna debrief now. You guys will all have the opportunity to share with your team the answers to your questions.
I'm not sniffing it.
This is how the food yes is described. Desired in all weather. Genuinely benefit, motivated by the protection and welfare of roads and others. Is that describing? Okay. So tell us what it's like to be leader.
Okay, so positive feedback. I listen, I'm engaged, I'm available, I'm present. I try to maintain a pretty energetic, positive attitude.
Could you give him the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let's try that again.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'll get, thank you for listening. I try to stay engaged. I try to, well, I am, available and present, and energetic, positive attitude. Okay? Want to go on?
Yes.
Okay. When I'm most engaged is anything that's visionary, brainstorming, discussions at board meetings or committee meetings, collaborative moments. I love collaborative moments. And, I love when my ideas are validated. I think that's just humor. Okay. My triggers. When people don't listen. I hate to be in discussions and the other person is on the phone. That will drive me mad. I'm very sensitive to tone. You can be complimenting me, but if you do it in a tone that I sense is being passive aggressive, that drives me nuts. Microaggressions. And the one thing, and being a Southerner, I have to get used to the last thing. Because it's just the Southern way of doing things. I loathe passive aggression. So.
That is wonderful. Does anybody have any questions around that? Did anything surprise you about what you shared? Nope? Okay. Great. Let me see, who's next?
Oh, that's one.
Green.
Oh, great.
Green. We have our solo people.
Yes, we have a couple of people starting first. So, the first thing was about, and people have said, their job or whatever. Mainly been on checklists and how to get from point A to point B. The second part was when I enjoy doing the work is when it's about the data. I get down, like to get down to the weeds of the data, actually doing the work, and also getting facts and not just opinions. Triggers, emotional responses, having meetings for a meeting, and brainstorming without concrete results or playing afterwards.
That sounds very green. It sounds, greens are always like, I'm like, what do you like about, when do you get engaged at work? And they're like, doing the work. And we're talking about the work. We want to do the work. So does this describe you, would you say, motivated by meaningful order and thinking things through, and desire to pursue independent interests and to be practical and thorough?
Yes.
Yeah. So very process oriented. Thank you. All right, red, blue.
Dr. Watts is left the building. We tried to make ours red blue, but we didn't have a blue, so the school teacher pulled out yellow and green. We were, I'm trying to remember, friendly, approachable, authentic, energetic. That's it. Even though Vanessa Locator says that that's a lie about me. Because she's trying to be funny. Best working, collaborative problem solving, when the work is aligned to our passion and relevant, and when work is meaningful and outcome oriented. Yeah, I think so. And things that make conflict for us, when things move slow or stagnant, and then resistance, or the let's just do the status quo. Dr. Watts shared that she has learned the state of Chatham. And has figured out that she hears that occasionally. So, yeah, I think that both of us nuts just, this is the way we've always done it. My higher ed institution says that a lot as well. So. Questions?
Yeah, anybody have any questions? So does this describe, this is kind of the definition, motivated by the maximum growth and development of others, and desire to direct, persuade, or lead others for the benefit of others.
That's me.
He's
Yeah,
actually-
I don't want to speak on behalf of Dr. Watt.
There she is.
Oh,
Does that slide project you?
Yes.
well, he just presented red, blue. Is there,
Who's on your team? Oh, just the two of you?
The team.
yeah.
Don't let this go to your head.
He read that. So if you want
We're
to,
good.
So we just like to get things done. And working with people and through people and about things that are relevant and meaningful, but it's about achieving a goal or outcome orientation.
yes. It's the ability to make progress.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
the only, if we look at that big triangle again, it was nice that our superintendent was the farthest into the red out of all of us. So if you go
Yes.
back to, if
Yes.
you go, and I mean, I was, when
Yes.
I was checking to see who had actually done their homework, on the team, and yours popped, I was like, oh, great. Like, it sticks to the job application that we put out, like, somebody that's performance oriented, but also people oriented. Those were two of the big things that we put into our job motions. And
That's
it's great to
awesome.
see that this decided that was correct about you.
I love that y'all all were like, oh, I'm going in and reading about
I did.
my people.
I did.
Yeah. That's awesome. All right, so we have blue, green.
That's Dion.
Oh, this is you guys.
Thank you. So we're pretty sure to that slide. The feedback that we've gotten is that.
Who's in your group? So we know.
Oh, it's me and Dr. Howard Hall. So the feedback that we get from people is that they sense our people orientation. So they call us caring, thoughtful, flexible, nice, patient, understanding, insightful, discerning, those sorts of things that indicate that we're listening and that we're empathetic and engaged with them as people. When we work best is when we have plenty of time, plenty of creativity, and plenty of information that we can move on. We like a noble cause, we like a mission to improve or make things better. Stuff that we don't like, that generates conflict, disrespect, meanness, bias, prejudice, selfishness, narcissism, ignorance or lack of knowledge about something, where you, oh, I'm sorry, and yes, and I'm supposed to turn this one on, sorry.
She's already read, but you know, a lot of times people tell me, you know, still water runs deep. Nice, quiet most of the time, but when you see me, you know, get upset, it's due to things like this, the disrespectful, meanness, bias. And if I don't know if anybody ever watched Color Purple, and the scene to the table when she got mad and reached over the table, have you ever asked your hand in marriage? That's what happens with me. My sister never saw me angry until close to her passing. And she looked at Mama and said, well, blah, blah, blah. I didn't know she could say blah, blah, blah. Because something happened with those characteristics.
Yeah.
It's like go from one end to one extreme to the other when you get mad.
Right. We'll talk about conflict, too, about how things that trigger us, and I think too for blues, because I've got a lot of blue too, those things, before I learned SDI and before I learned to kind of manage, those triggers, like anything that looks like bullying or disrespect or whatever, I would go from like 0 to hot, you know, immediately. So anything to do with children, pets, anything like that. So, but as far as when you start to recognize those things, then you figure out how you can manage it better in a safe time so we don't get there. But it does surprise people, to your point. It's very surprising when blues go to, when blues get mad. Yeah.
Jill, may I just add? I think that if you roll back and you look at some of the board meetings where we have had contentious exchanges, you'll see the manifestation of some of these sensitivities that we're talking about. Someone getting mad about performance. Well, you know, we're not performing. The late Larry Lauer used to really respond to that. Had he taken this test, I feel sure he would be, I mean, not only as a Marine, but also just someone performance driven, he would have been totally read. So when you see challenging conversations, I think part of it may originate from where we sit in these conflict areas.
Yes, yes, and so part of the goal today is to show the diversity, but then also to have a better understanding. And then when, you know, in that app, when you go in and you look at other people and you see the reasons why they're doing something, what's the reason, what's the intent behind, that's the thing that we miss a lot. So we interpret somebody's behavior from our own lens.
Right.
And that intention may not at all be what they're doing, you know, like they're not trying to use talent. You know, I used to sit with the Gulfstream leadership team and I would be like, y'all don't need to yell, and they're like, we're not yelling, we're passionate. Feels a lot like yelling to me. This is,
No, this
you
is
guys
Paul.
are,
Paul.
okay, Paul's gonna talk to us about.
Paul's the hub.
He was voluntold, which is one of the things that makes me.
That's a trigger.
That's his trigger.
It's a trigger. I'm going to work to be very expeditious in these in this review. First and foremost, our teammates, my teammates, will be considered as Mr. Sean. Please raise your hand so they know who you are. Miss Denise.
Miss Denise.
And Miss Connie Hall. My name is Paul Smith. One of the things that we are most likely to hear, and we take pride in hearing, is that we're open-minded, that we're flexible, that we're open to all points of views, that we're empathetic, that we're great listeners, also that we're strong advocates. When we go down to the second question, what was the second question again?
What do you like most about work, like when you're engaged?
We love being able to respond to community issues. As board members, we love to respond to community issues. We love looking forward. We love a sense of urgency and a constant re-evaluation. We love being able to push towards a goal and to achieve that goal. Last thing was, what are our triggers? Inequality, exclusion, empathy. We have being voluntold, of course. Not considered or unintended consequences, and a false urgency. These are things that are trigger spots.
False urgency.
Any questions, comments, or concerns about those?
Talk more about false urgency.
Yeah.
False urgency. False urgency basically, well, I think that was Mr. Sean's. I would like to use his words better. Mr. Sean, respond to that.
When we are presented with an issue and we get it a day or two before the board meeting, we're told we have to address this at the board meeting, we have incomplete information, and we have lots of questions, and then somebody moves to table it so we can get more information.
Got it.
That happens, you know, a handful of times a year. And sometimes there really is a need to act quickly, and other times there really isn't, but it feels like a hot button issue, but we can diffuse it and actually be thoughtful about it.
Got it.
And really, the sub-issue there is incomplete information, being asked to make a decision with incomplete information.
And I think that's the green part of me,
Yeah.
is I want to have the information I need to feel that I can make an informed decision. And I think one other one that was up there was engagement around policy, of like forward-thinking policy and particularly policy that directly impacts students was one of the things that we talked about, was a place of enjoyment in our work. And again, I think that was a Seanism, so I may have misstated.
Ms. Connie?
I want to go back to urgency for a moment, because certainly what Sean was saying is very true. We don't have enough information, we can't make good decisions. But on the other hand, sometimes we beat the information to death and we don't move. We're discussing stuff that we discussed 6 months ago and no actions happen. Now whether that's, why is that? Is that us not conveying to the superintendent the sense of urgency so the cabinet knows this is urgent? Where does that lie? But that's something I think that holds us back a lot, that we spend too much time on things that are essential, not getting them done.
I think we will classify that as a lack of execution. Lack of execution.
I don't do that. Thank you. And maybe we're getting into this later, but that identifies the tension between the board and the superintendent and staff. The board sets policy, but really wants to get things done, but we have to rely on the superintendent and staff to actually get things done. And we don't have all the knowledge to operationalize the policy or the vision, and we don't know all the details. So we think it's a great idea, we're excited about it, but then we don't know everything every department has to do to actually operationalize it, and then we get frustrated, how come this hasn't happened yet? And sometimes we get good feedback on whatever that initiative is, and we understand, and sometimes we don't, and we get frustrated. We've been talking about this for X years or X months. So that's the gray area where the distinction between the frustration between we can't micromanage, but we really want to sometimes. That gray area is like really, that's one of my triggers.
That's true.
Okay, so this is great. Thank you guys
Okay,
for doing
you
the
go back
report
to
out.
sniffing.
And to y'all's point,
Margaret, what the hell is that?
you're kind of jumping ahead, which I think is really great, because one of the things that we want to do at the end of this is to say, based on everything that we've talked about and some of these insights, what are some things that you all want to consider that will help you all be more effective as a board? So if you'll capture some of your thoughts, we're going to do that at the end of this before I think we break for lunch. We're about to move into conflict, and if it's okay, I would like to offer a 5-minute break so I can get ready for that. All right. Thank you.
Here we go.
Another glass of wine?
We're not gonna talk about
There's
people
wine.
like
So what we're going to be doing next is very similar to what we did with motives. I'm going to show you guys, we're going to talk a little bit about conflict at the different stages. Then I'll show you a composite of how you all respond to conflict in stage 1. But this is primarily on stage 1, so we'll talk a little bit about that. Then to wrap up, we'll go into the team strengths, and then we'll go into OGA strengths. And finally, we'll talk about, based on some of the insights that you guys learned today as a group, what are some things that you would like to capture? Maybe some agreements for how you guys want to work better and more effectively together going forward that we will capture before we close out this section. So, again, I think I wish we started teaching conflict resolution in kindergarten. I don't know if they do, but I know a lot of adults, a lot of us are a little behind the curve when it comes to really understanding conflict. So, one of we have the NVS dot, and then the arrow indicates where we go into conflict. The longer the arrow, the more difficult it is to see that somebody is in conflict. So the longer the arrow, they're moving to a different place. What's happening at that moment is they're feeling internal conflict, but you may not see it. So keep that in mind when we look at the group.
So, does that mean so like, I got a long arrow.
Right.
That means I sit there, other people aren't gonna know that the conflict is coming.
That's right.
And then,
boom.
Right.
okay.
You got it. That's the significance.
That's not true.
We know.
No, we know. Y'all just think it doesn't happen with me.
You'll be like, hell
I know
no.
when he's sitting over there.
This is what I think is so important, and especially about that, because y'all are gonna see you've got a lot of long arrows.
I know.
So that's gonna be very difficult for you all as a group to see that that's happening. So part of what hopefully you will learn from this is to speak up and start communicating that I'm disconnected from this, I need a little bit more time, I'm concerned about that, whatever, because now you're kind of helping the rest of the group see where you're going. So, I love the way they talk about conflict here. Conflict is a reaction to a perceived threat to self-worth. when we get to stage 3, it is personal. So we don't want to get to stage 3. SDI doesn't even go deep into stage 3, because stage 3 is kind of the worst kind of conflict that you can, experience. We've all probably gotten there ourselves, and we've all done it, or have experienced it, but it's not that common. And their premise is, if we learn about stage 1, we can resolve 80% of the conflicts within stage 1. So the way they talk, and this is a good thing to keep in mind, is people are willing to go into conflict about things that are important to them, which we talked earlier about the conflict triggers. We have different things that are important to us. There's even diversity in that. So a green might want more data and more time to think. A red is wanting to move faster than the green is ready for. And the blue is saying, well, how is this going to impact people? Right? So all of this is happening kind of at the same time, probably on multiple kinds of issues. When we see conflict in other people, we can discover what is important to them. So if you keep in mind that you're starting to see someone move into conflict, something is happening with them that's very important. So that's when we can move into curiosity, which I think curiosity is a superpower these days. So how does conflict start? It's a threat to motives. There's a number of different ways. So blues might feel conflict if people are mistreated. You heard that in some of the triggers. Reds might feel conflict if a task is not getting done. We've heard things about that. And greens might feel conflict if order is disrupted, or with greens too, because I've got to support my buddy. Oh, did you leave?
I'm right here.
Oh God, you freaked me out. I was like, I got upset about his green left. Greens also just really want time to think. Most of us, when we move into conflict, we move to green. That is the majority. Most people kind of go, well, that is the place that we go, is I got to think about this a little bit more. So a threat to strengths, and this is really important to remember, especially when you guys are working with other people or leading teams, when a strength is restricted from use. So when you have people that are unhappy in their job or unhappy in their role, one of the things, if you know what their strengths are and they're not able to use those strengths, they're not giving you, so many of well, this person's just not making it. It's like, well, is it the right job match for their strengths? So if it's restricted from use, we move into conflict. If a strength is disregarded or insulted. So this is where some of the stereotypes that come into play. Reds get unfairly kind of judged at being too aggressive, and then in conflict, angry. Blues are kind of the stereotype of blues is they're too touchy-feely, they care too much, not strong enough. And then greens are they just want to slow everything down and live in their head and make us all wait. So those are kind of some not accurate stereotypes, but those are some of the raps that people get. And feeling forced to use a non-preferred strength. So if my strength is preparation, I'm always going to be prepared, and I show up for a meeting, and the person presenting it's not there, and now I suddenly have to present, I'm going to start having internal conflict because that is not my, I'm not my strength. Is not to wing it. I need to be prepared. So I'm going to start moving into conflict if I'm put into that situation. One of the things we do want to learn, and that is the premise of SDI, is that we can learn to get better and use our non-preferred strengths. So in that sense, we can all improve all the time. So the threat of overdone strengths, and we're not going to go too much into that today because we don't have a lot of time, but the way that you can identify overdone strengths is based on this FDIC. The frequency which you move into your overdone strength or someone else, the duration, how long do you stay there, What is the intensity of that when you're in an overdone strength? And then the context, what's the context of the situation? So that's where, these are the three types of things when conflict starts. This, I think, is just a brilliant chart. We have to get really good at opposition versus conflict. So opposition is objective disagreement. Conflict is when opposition gets personal. The problem is that we avoid, when we get into opposition, issues are avoided for fear of conflict because we don't want things to get personal. If we go straight into conflict, it can damage the relationships. Now, police are always going to put the relationship first, right? So we'll talk about that in a minute. Here's the opportunity. Opposition is the source of productive collaboration. So when we can disagree objectively, especially with some of the complex things that you guys are dealing with that have far-ranging impacts, right? The more innovative you're going to be, the better ideas. It does take patience, it takes listening, and it takes, we got to figure out ways to create more time and space, because it does seem like we're all running out of time and we all kind of have ADD these days just because there's too many inputs coming in. That can also be a huge source of frustration. So the other thing about conflict, and I know y'all know people that just avoid conflict for years and they'll, you know, they haven't spoken to their brother in 27 years because of something that he said at a dinner table, and so they just don't speak. They never got to the point of resolution. Resolution can improve the relationship. So we'll talk a little bit about that at the very end of this, and how you can use SDI for that. So when things are going well, people, performance, and process, all three of these motives blend. We can access those things. We can understand those things. What happens when there's conflict is it moves into a sequence. So with blue, we're focused on people. Our initial reaction is to accommodate when there's conflict. With performance, if you're geared towards performance, you're going to assert. And then with green and process, analyze. We have different sequences, right? So somebody might go green first, then red, then blue, vice versa. You can have all the different sequences, which we're going to go through. One thing that is helpful that SDF talks about is some tips. Typically blues, when they're moving towards conflict, you will see that they will reduce their energy. They will pull back their energy. Reds will increase the sense of urgency. And then greens are like, I gotta go. I'm going in my head. You know, this is all too much. So, the complex sequence has 3 stages. This is really important. This is why we always want to try to stay within stage 1. The focus is on self, problem, and others in stage 1 conflict. When we move to stage 2, so if Kurt and I, let's just say there's a problem and Kurt and I are working together. And then Kurt starts going, he wants to go left and I want to go right. And then all of a sudden we're starting to move to 2. Kurt's now thinking about himself and the problem. I'm now thinking about me and the problem. Now when we get to stage 3, it is all about self. This is, I'm totally out to correct myself in this. I'm not thinking about the problem. I'm thinking about any other people, which is why we want to avoid stage 3. Stage 3 is typically a very significant threat to someone's self-esteem and self-worth. Sometimes it can happen really, really fast and they don't even know kind of what's happening. But that is what we want to avoid. It is truly about self-preservation at that point. So, I'm having a little clicker problem. again, we get the best results in stage 1 conflict before the problem and others drop out of focus. Right? Okay. So, here we go. Here is your team's. I'm sorry, I have to laugh.
Yeah, that's us.
I just stay green. I don't go anywhere. Yeah, you're.
So we all just kind of.
So I want to see who has the shortest arrow.
I know, right?
It is actually.
Michael has the shortest. Michael don't barely move.
Nope.
Michael doesn't have an arrow.
Yeah, he does. He has a
fair.
point. He's got a point.
Oh, no, actually.
No, Michael has the shortest
I'm
arrow,
the second shortest arrow.
and Tanya has the longest arrow,
Bring them.
followed by
We need to put them up
David.
one at a time so we can see who's.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Roger's pretty long. Dr. Watts is pretty long.
No, ours is not.
No, no,
Ours is
short.
up at the top.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
Hers is not very long.
oh, David is long.
Who's that one up there?
Who's
Is
the
that you,
longest?
Dion? Yeah, yours is long.
Which one? 5? Yeah, I'm 5.
And then Tanya.
Tanya's 10.
So that's funny, our blue green is one of the longest arrows.
Okay, what number am
Because we're
I?
gonna give you a long rope
Number
before we
8, Roger.
snap.
How do you know what number you are?
Long suffering.
The thing on the left, just count where you are. You're number 3, Dr. Watts. I'm number 2. I'm the only red. But that's completely 100%.
So you just.
So does that
Well,
make,
this thing they wrote up, whatever you printed out, is
Yeah.
wear it on a hat.
no, does that make sense for you?
Oh,
When
yeah.
you get a red, because like, this is where, when I see some of the outliers, like, this is where I want to say to group, you all may not understand where he's coming from, so please.
Oh, I'll die on a hill in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So can you explain the arrows one more time? I don't know if I understand the arrow part.
The arrow, the longer the arrow is, the harder it is to see. Someone is taking a longer time to move into a different stage of conflict, and it's not noticeable to other people.
Okay.
Oh, well, wait.
Wait, no, the thing
No,
reads
this says the
differently.
opposite.
Yeah, the thing says opposite.
This says that if the arrow is long, then people have more time to see when you're about to flip.
Oh my gosh. I got it
What
reversed.
page are you on?
Yeah.
Page
If you're on
two.
page 2, like mine reads, you have a long line, which
Oh.
means the change from your red blue to your stage 1 red is usually obvious.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I totally.
My
missed
poker
that.
face is non-existent.
Oh, yeah, I
My
don't
mic
have a
gets
poker
pulled down
face.
really
Right,
quick.
right, right.
My husband told me
Yeah.
my face tells
Yeah.
me all.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Again, I feel seen.
yeah, I like that a lot because for me,
Caught me on that. Okay.
I'm in blue. I'm down with people until I start getting this conflict, and I'm gonna stop caring about people, and I'm gonna go right into facts with Michael. The madder I get, the less I'm caring about people, and the more I'm leaning towards facts. Is that's what I see moving from blue to green. I'm
Okay.
interpreting in that. Is that
Yes,
because green is fact and blue is people?
that's right.
Okay.
That's right. So thank you. I totally reversed that in my head, so I apologize.
So that means those that had a short line, like there's no warning, we're just gonna put that.
You'll see it on my face
Might wanna
before you
take a
hear it in my in verbiage.
Yeah.
You will see
You will definitely see it.
You will
before
see
you
it
hear
before you hear it.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So, let me ask this, so that there's 2 ways we can do that. You guys can now get into your groups, right? So the conflict one is different, so we can put ourselves in the groups and you guys can answer the same questions, or we can, you guys can do this
I don't understand this one as much.
if you want to say, okay, if you go blue first, what do we do, how do we feel, what do we want? Do you want to get in your small groups, or do you want to do
She
this?
gets this, I know where it came from.
So you're going, and the MVS color is the color we end up in? Or
it's
back
stage
to?
one.
Oh, so the red and blue still have to get together.
Yeah. So what you'll do,
Same groups? Okay.
You're gonna see when
this, what we're gonna do is look at
Michael's, you know, right?
the green, people who go green first, red first, BRG, you've got greens,
A lot of greens.
BG, Gs. So with this, we could probably just do we can probably just do a big group dialogue.
Yeah,
You wanna do that?
yeah.
Because we'll get to the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, whoever, when you look at your report and in conflict, it says that you go blue first, not blue-green, not one of the bracketed ones. What is it that you do, how do you feel, and what is it that you want?
That's not me.
All right?
I'm great. No, if your order is blue first.
Are we grouping by the first color, or are we working
No, we're
together?
doing this,
Okay.
everyone, but if you go blue first, that's the
Do we have anybody? I didn't think we had anybody.
I don't think we have anyone.
I don't think we have a
Starts
blue.
Do we have a blue?
What, the blue, that goes blue first?
Yes.
Blue first.
I don't think we have
Go
enough
back a
conflict.
slide.
No, yeah. Go to page 2 under conflict sequence. I don't think we have anyone that's blue
Do I go
first.
blue first?
All right.
Yes, you go, Dr. Watts goes blue
Okay.
first.
I'm
If you'll just pass those around,
Okay, so, Sharon,
yes.
could you explain in conflict 1, if you start at blue, is that saying
Yes, I'm sorry.
you
The problem and.
so if you start at blue, you start with people, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And then you go to. Yes.
And some of them I'm like, okay, that, but other ones. I'm like,
Okay, so we don't have anyone that's just straight up blue.
Oh, that's helpful.
Dr. Watts is.
I'm BRG.
Yes, Dr. Watts is.
Okay, but I have a different one for you.
Oh, wait, I don't have one that has the two.
So let's talk about green first.
Oh, yes.
Well, mine doesn't have a conflict.
Oh, I want to say about the white.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I want all of it.
Can
Why we skip it over her?
Yeah.
This one
I think they got
has
messed up.
both. This one has both, and this one only has the strings.
Hold on, I have a little print issue.
You have your conflict sequence at the bottom of the page.
There you go.
Yes, page 2.
So, this is the conflict sequence with the arrows. They need that, and then this is the MGS report. Yes,
It looks like this is.
He's not here.
I think they just got messed up. Okay. Okay. So we're looking at stage 1 green.
Oh my gosh, we're almost all greens.
Yeah, except for Dr. Watts.
And David.
And
And
David.
David.
But hers
Oh.
is in brackets, so does that mean it's like a balance thing?
Yes.
Yeah, the brackets are, that one's different than just when
Yeah.
green stands alone. So for greens, they're in stage 1, they want to analyze the situation carefully and logically, and they want to maintain order and principles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why
So-
isn't this in color?
Let's have some greens.
No color.
What happens for greens? What do you do? How do you feel, and what do you want from others? Stage 1 conflict.
All right, I'm a green, so first thing I'm going to do is try to understand what the other person or person's rationale is and see if it makes sense to me.
Yes,
So that is the first thing, which is a good place, I think, to be, am I right?
right, yes.
You know, trying to understand. Then I move, once I listen to what they have to say and analyze it, I begin to leave that space and develop a feeling of that's not really acceptable to me, that position they have.
Okay.
Is that right?
Okay.
But I'm still kind of trying to analyze as I go along.
Okay,
And then the next stage is when I decide, no, I'm going to rebut or refuse to accept what their stance is, and I'm going to assert my own value
Right, that's when you're gonna start moving more towards
Yeah.
stage 2. So, what I heard you say is your energy kind of drops back to get into listening and understanding the issue, understanding some of the details. And how do you feel at that time? Like, is it one of those where, okay, wait, I need to
think
slow down here?
if it's possible to go along, to get along, but it's not something that I feel is optimal.
Okay.
And sometimes, you know, if you're an adult, that has to happen. Sean was making me laugh, he was talking about if I give this to his wife, he's gonna get me. But you start to think about those relationships, you know, when you get into these arguments with your spouse and stuff, you know, which moves much more rapidly than it does. I would think that it does in a group setting. You know, but, so you can see yourself going from trying to be a rational, accommodating, listening, to taking a definite stand, and then going to that last part. No, I'm in this for myself. I'm not going to allow this to go forth without a lot of protest. That's what I would.
So what do you want from others when you're in stage 1 green? Time to process?
I know what I want.
And clearer explanation.
Clearer explanation.
Clearer understanding of what the person is saying. So I guess that needs greater listening on my part and a wider perspective, looking through a different lens. So all those things that I'm sure are good for us to do, that would be the time to try to put those in place.
You're telling people that's the time to do it.
That's the time to do it.
Because I'm here now.
Yeah.
And what did you?
Well, I was gonna say, I think what I want from others is to understand their rationale for their position. So what are the facts that they are using to make their assertions?
So this is where Greens, this is what we talk, I want facts, not opinions, right? And when people keep going on and on about opinions versus facts, that's gonna be a big frustration for people in stage 1 Greens. Yeah.
For me, I mean, I'm in green and I stay in green, just because I like green. But the main thing is I like people to remain objective and not bring in emotions, not bring in opinions, and not base the decision off of feelings.
Yeah.
That's very much, like when I was reading this, that's very much my stage 1. And even though yes, as we know, I do talk in board meetings and I say what I have to say and I don't usually reply, it's because I'm analyzing what everybody's saying. And I'm trying to slow my brain down. And I want to listen very carefully to what other people are saying and what their point of views are.
Yeah, and I see this a lot in business too, when people are really quiet and people think they're not engaged or they're not listening or they don't care. And really their brain is just going like 90 to nothing. They're just processing everything. So that's a very green thing to be in your head.
So, so what do you do? I know that I'm getting into conflict when I start speaking softly. I'm a pretty gregarious person. If I slow down my speech and I become very exact, I know that I'm getting hot.
Yeah.
Okay. And I do analyze. My degree is in interpersonal communication. I am constantly reading body language.
Yes.
I'm constantly reading tone. I'm constantly reading words, but words with tone. But more words, body language, and tone than actions. That is, unfortunately, that's how I'm analyzing. And this is a fault of mine. I'm really bad about this. Because I can read a lot of it anyway. Then there's the feeling. And I don't like being angry. it's very uncomfortable for me. It ages me, and I don't like to age. You know I'm 80. No, it's just kidding. And I guess what I want from others is truth. I want the subtext of what they're saying. I want them to own up to the subtext. And you know, this is great, by the way, because these are things that I personally need to work on, because I can't go around just constantly. I just have this bad habit of analyzing. But yeah, I mean.
Yeah. And so blues, right? Remember, if you're a blue. Blues are always, they're always thinking about the relationship. You're always thinking about people. So your tendency is to accommodate. So then when you move into stage 1, because you're thinking about the relationship, if somebody steps out of that, they move to stage 2. Now you're going to move to stage 2 because they've left you, right? They've left you. Now they may not even be thinking about the relationship, right? Because they're thinking about the structure, right? They're thinking about how do we move forward. But the other thing you said was, remember when I said earlier, blues will lower their energy? So that's a telltale sign. I also am very uncomfortable with anger. I did it once or twice.
Yeah.
I scared myself. So, yeah. So, okay. Anything else on green that you would add? You guys did a great job of describing that. All right. Do we have
That's just
David?
David.
David goes red. And that would be like a great children's book.
David goes red.
Might not be a bestseller.
Well, there is a bestseller, No David. You ever read
Yes.
No
Oh,
David?
I have them on my desk. That works. Yes.
All right, so
Gleefully
stage 1
given
red,
you by students.
they will assert
Yeah.
rights and challenge conflict directly, and they will prevail through competition. Is that true? Okay.
In work.
And
He's
work.
But I
always
would
the
love-
first
I would-
to grab the mic at a board meeting. All right.
So going back to these questions, for red, what is it you do? So what's your, well, so she just helped.
Oh yeah.
You grab the mic.
Immediate, and all the greens that are sitting around thinking, I'm like, do y'all not care? Why are you thinking about this too long? You should have already thought about this before it even came up.
You should have already thought about it before.
And why are you being indecisive?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Get to the resolution.
So you can tell that I've already thought about it.
And that's that District 6.
Is it? I don't know. Was Larry the same way?
Oh, yeah.
Larry
Put some of the water out there.
In some
I'm a
ways.
grasshopper that's always ready to jump.
So when you're, how are you feeling? Are you feeling frustrated or are you feeling urgent?
Urgency and passion.
Okay, all right. Because that's very different if that's what you're feeling, because most likely that's not what people are perceiving.
Oh, yeah, correct.
Right?
Yeah.
But for people to understand, he's coming from a place, I'm grabbing the mic because of my passion and my urgency. Now, when you go into what are you greens doing, right? Like,
Yeah.
y'all care, da-da-da. Right now, you're moving towards stage.
Yeah, and a green is hearing judgment and anger.
Yeah.
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 But we're able to tolerate that so much with David because so much of the time, he's David the Blue, he's, you know.
Right.
So when he's in that state, it's not that often. And when it's there, it rings true, as though he has the right to be there.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, to me, it's not a.
Thank you for making it.
I don't think it upsets any of us.
I think his motives are blue. I think he's there a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But
His motives are blue.
yeah, but his motives, I have decided to trust that his motives are blue.
Yeah.
So even though he's yelling red, I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, his base is blue, so I'm just gonna hear what he's saying so I can hear what he's trying to achieve.
So this is the power of this type of thing and knowing someone, right? Because the more you know someone and you have trust and you've got that mutual respect, they can show their butt and, or, you know.
No, you can say it, I do.
You know, and people are going like, oh, I know he cares, I know he's passionate, I know this is just what he's doing, right? But if people don't know you that way, right? So it's very gracious that you all are confirming and validating all of this stuff with him. So with you, David, and I think what's important, because you kind of represent the red. I mean, normally there would be a lot of other people.
Yeah, it's okay.
That would be with you. So you're not totally alone in the world.
We're still very alive.
Is for everybody to understand it's that passion and urgency that is really driving you. When you start to feel frustration is when you know that you're moving to stage 2 towards stage 3. When passion and urgency switch to frustration,
Yes.
that's when you're
Yeah.
going to start having conflict with other people.
In
Right?
this group, I guess they're stuck because they're elected and none of them will like leave. But like in work, oh yeah, there's people that just won't even talk to me anymore, which is fine. Because I'm like, well, if you ain't feeling it, then I don't really want to talk to you anymore either. So I don't really, I mean, that's how I feel about some of the conflicts I've gotten in on our campus. Like I work in higher ed and I do the same thing in those meetings. And people are like, man, you must have tenure. I'm like, no, I just don't care if I have this job. Like, I live with, what are they going to do, fire me? So I'll say and I'll vote, and if it's what I think, it's coming out, and it's either you're on board, or you can see where I'm coming from, or just, I'm going.
So that makes sense to me. Like, it
Yeah.
sounds like you're a big change agent. Like,
I
how
want
do
to
we
be.
constantly get better? Like,
Yeah.
how do we, like, let's keep improving, right? And you have a lot of urgency and passion around that. So when you see other people going, we're good.
Or they just, yeah, they've rolled over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Well, that is higher ed.
So what do you want from others when you're stage 1 red?
What? Sorry.
What do you want from others? What would be helpful for those?
I mean, it's good hearing the greens and getting this now, because I usually pull down, say everything, and then like Dr. Hoskins Brown like sits in, I love that she's in green today, and then says everything, and I'm like, man, she said that so much better than I said. It was the same thing. I would, and then I'm back thinking, I would have stopped and thought for a couple more seconds.
Yeah.
And that fuse has gotten longer. I know that seems scary. But usually it is like, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Or get on board. And what was the line here? Yeah. Oh, when people try to downplay or minimize like the issue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a trigger for you. Okay.
yeah. I want people to like be as passionate.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that is very helpful. So let's see, we did red. Right, we did green, red.
We did green?
Yeah.
I started.
We all talked about green.
We did, you just didn't check.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You were probably
Otherwise-
analyzing.
Oh, yeah, I was right. I was analyzing.
Otherwise, you stand solo.
Yes. I actually think I continue to align with David in a lot of ways, in that even though I'm blue, people oriented, it's because I realize you can't get things done by yourself. So I want to get the thing done, but I realize that I can only get the thing done with and through other people.
Okay.
So I try to accommodate people, listen to all perspectives, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to still get to the end result. So I'm gonna listen, and then I'm gonna assert. I'm gonna, like, once I've heard everybody, I've had a chance to think about it, then it's an action orientation for me. So I still think like the prevailing thing for me is around results orientation. Because I've had a lot of executive training around this all stems back for me to like something that happened to me in 2nd grade and something that happened to me in high school. And it took a lot of like executive coaching to pull out. And I would say it's the same for all of us. There is something in your life that has triggered your orientation to these things, because, you know, one of the things people have said to me is, like, why are you always trying to prove something? And it's, again, because of an incident in the 2nd grade and an incident in high school when basically I was told in a way that you can't do something because. And so my whole life has been about really proving that person wrong. Oh, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, you're right.
It's gonna get done.
We're gonna watch. Yeah.
You know, but I realize as I've gotten older, you have to do that with and through people, and you can't separate humanity from the work. So I get it when people say facts, but we work in a profession that is people-oriented, and people have emotions. So you have to acknowledge and understand and see the people and acknowledge their emotions, but you can't stay there too long.
Yeah.
Because that's just like spinning in the
You gotta
nothing.
get results.
You gotta get results, so, in a lot of ways, I still align with David. It's just the blue tends to be a little bit more as I've matured in my leadership.
Yeah. And no, this is because I've had this chat not inside these triangles, but with other people. Like, you could do this and you could do that, and you'd be perceived better and move up. And I was like, I don't want to move up. Like, and people are like, why don't you go do this and this, and then you could be the boss. And I was like, I don't want to be the boss because I see that the boss has to hold it in.
Yeah.
Because they have to deal with everybody, and I, as you just said, want to be the hand grenade thrower, because that's how I feel, and I don't want to have to wall that to some degree.
And analytical
and I
is
just-
last for me, because when I really get to that like breaking point, I tend to retreat. So that's when that's when I get really quiet and I'll start making lists. Like, I'll do anything to like not.
So if you're writing a lot, that's a bad sign?
We're learning some. We're learning.
Okay, wait a minute. Her book is 3/4 full and it's only been here 2 weeks.
When I go to that stage, I'm trying to figure out step by step how I'm going to keep from going to jail today.
That's right.
Right.
Where are you gonna hide the bodies?
Exactly.
Okay, please don't print any of that.
As long as I'm talking, as long as I'm talking, you're good.
Yeah.
No.
That's
The minute I go inside my head, that's a bad place for me to be.
Yeah.
Talking about you.
I want to make a big leap for a second, just to see if this pans out. If everybody, just think back to like, say, 1980, where women in this country were. Most women were in blue. We were accommodating. We took care of the children. We had dinner ready when
My kids
got
wouldn't say
home.
that. My husband would be like, shit, who did I marry? 'Cause she ain't doing none of them things.
Let's look at it historically, even if you can't look at it personally, look at it historically. And then women began to more and more assert themselves and do things they didn't used to do and not be so accommodating,
Yes.
getting into roles of performance
Yes,
that were non-traditional,
yes,
moving into that red
yes,
band more and more and more.
yes.
Until the point now, 2023, women are as much likely to be in red as they would be in blue. You still
Yes.
have a few women who try to stay in blue, but
Agreed. I would align with that, because I watched my mom, my grandmother, my aunts sacrifice their own goals.
that's right. Trying to
And
stay in
vision, right, taking care of everybody else, trying to save everybody else, taking on extra kids,
Yep.
taking on extra responsibilities.
blue. Right.
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I think that's a great thing. But I'm constantly telling my mom, that's not your fight. Like, get out of that. Why are you always trying to save everybody? People gotta figure it out on their
When you
own.
look at
What
that,
has that done to the men? What has that done in terms of
Oh,
conflict, in terms of society, seeing women exert their roles? And just think of I'm not gonna even get into the politics of today, but think about the big issues today. They're about women, women's roles, women's rights,
More women pastors.
women, everything. Yeah. Even into the church, where some churches, you can't have a woman pastor, you can't have it. So you just see this
has
as a
evolved,
group
yeah.
thing. It really is gives you pause to think.
I think it's an excellent point, and these are the conversations that just totally made me fill up. So yes, I agree with you. And the pace of that change between, like, my mother, who's going to be 90 in November, and my 19-year-old daughter is night and day. It feels like it happened overnight, and I was somehow the bridge to that.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at like two very opposites, right? and then trying to figure out where I am in the middle of all of that. But I think your question with the men, there's been a lot of focus on women for many decades, not so much men. There's a lot of research about young men feeling very lost, having a lot of
And going
anxiety.
into blue, we have men, you see men with their babies strapped
Oh, yeah.
and walking around. So there's some of that too,
Yes.
you know, where they're leaving that assertive,
Yes.
red, predominant performance
Yes.
and going into more caring.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
And there's conflict there too.
From a leadership perspective, like when you look at corporate America and kind of what corporate America rewards and the type of people who become CEOs, it is what has been traditional for many decades is all about profit. It's all about, think of Jack Welch, right? A lot of people think, he was God, and other people go, well, he's the one that kind of messed capitalism up. So there's a lot of that is changing. What they're saying now is, the future is around emotional intelligence. It's absolutely emotional intelligence. And oh, by the way, we as adults that are still in this game are really far behind. Because, psychologists didn't start studying emotions until the 1980s. They thought that, even in the field of psychology, they thought that emotions were just kind of noise. Well, now, with neuroscience, everything that they're learning is that our emotions are part of our intelligence system. They're communicating with us. So our body is part of our brain. There's all this crazy stuff that we're just now learning in the last 10 years. But the neuroscience and what they're able to prove proves a lot of this kind of whole human, right? That this stuff isn't fluffy, right? But to your point, just the pace of change, I think, has everybody's head spinning for sure. And that's going to continue. AI.
Right.
Coming.
Well, in your mentioning emotions, our historic thought around emotions was that was a weakness that was inferior to intellect.
That's right.
So if you had a superior intellect, then you could manage your emotions.
Right.
And if you weren't able to manage your emotions, then you brought this weakness to the professional or personal change. And so emotional intelligence was marketed as being able to control your emotions.
Yes.
But if you look at relational intelligence, it is not about judging people about how their emotions manifest. It's being in the spot or being in the place that they're in and moving in that space to the benefit of whatever that relationship is.
Yeah.
It's not waiting for that person to reach where you expect they ought to be emotionally. It's being in that space, recognizing where they are, and then accommodating, moving, adjusting, learning, relating in such a way that doesn't matter that they're emotionally imperfect, it's your focus on where you want the relationship to be.
Right.
It's
That's
intentional.
very relationship oriented. Right. I have some resources around some of the stuff that just remind me before. I'll write some down for you guys, especially on kind of the neuroscience and everything that they're learning, science-based around this. And as it relates to leadership and all of that. Okay, from a time perspective, where are we?
Got,
11:30.
yeah, 11:30 is the break. You got 30 minutes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so, and I'm not gonna go into this now because I think it's your report, and again, the SDI, there's a ton of information out there. The way, when we move into conflict, what we want to do is return to our values. We want to return back to our core motive. Because that is where that's where we can think clearly. That's where we can go, okay, I overreacted in that meeting. That's a little bit of that reflection time, right? What was really important to me and what was my motive at that time, and then what triggered me, and then how might I do it differently next time? But you want to get back to your core motives and your reasons behind your motives. And that will help you continue to get back. So the strengths portrait, you all saw that, right? You have your pyramid. And so you have your top three. Again, these are all of the strengths. So this is just an example of the top three strengths. It talks about what those are. I know you guys went in and compared. So you're able to see. this is you all,
Yes, yes.
so,
I'm gonna get it going.
Yes.
hang on one second.
This is all of us like collectively?
All right. I have some samples.
David, what was your top one?
For what? Oh, my top good strength? Is my top good and bad are both social.
Oh, really? Mine was persevering. When you set your mind on something, look out.
It's how you turn it in.
But, we gotta dig into that second grade and high school experience.
Yeah. And on the basis, second and I think 11th grade, yeah. Somebody tells me I'm not gonna go to college and I don't play basketball. What?
So I'm handing this
No, I'm
out,
not gonna go to
and
college. I'm gonna go all the way as far as you
unfortunately,
can
Paul,
go. To the very.
Paul is not at this point included in this report, so at lunch, I will pull your data in, and then I'll kind of, so everybody can see where you are.
Oh, I got it pulled up. He followed most of everybody else on the,
Yeah, I
or
don't think,
the
yeah, you're a
GRB.
hub,
Yeah.
he's blue, red, green, and then your top one. So I
Are we
don't, your data is not gonna, you, it's not gonna change the overall. But we are all about inclusiveness, so we're gonna make sure you're in there. I just want to have that before. So, what we want to do now is, as a team, y'all's top strengths are supportive, sociable, and tolerant.
Sounds right first.
And so what's good about that? Well, actually, let's go even further to the top 6. Caring, fair, and option-oriented. I mean, those sound like things that you would want on board.
And in a school district, I would say that all 6 of those are things you want in your district, not just in your board. Yeah.
Did you ask what the disadvantages or challenges would be with those? What did you just ask?
Not yet. That's gonna be the
That's
next.
coming.
Oh, what did you just ask?
I just asked, what's good about this?
Oh, what's good about
Yeah.
them?
What's good about this being like your top strength?
Well-
Supportive, sociable, tolerant. It makes sense, right?
They start from a basis of cooperation and not opposition.
That's great.
And I'm very happy that fair is in our top 6 because I think we represent such a diverse population that fairness is, that we have to be fair to all of the constituents that we represent.
Yeah, and you have to care to.
Yeah, you have to
be
care.
in tune,
Right,
Right?
right.
You know, those are super strengths. So the idea around strengths, and this will be worth you guys looking at now that you kind of have some of this language, is what are those middle strengths that as you guys are working together, you know what your top strengths are. You guys probably do those really naturally, but there might be that middle level of strengths that you could leverage more. Persevering.
So that's my top strength, is persevering. But, so you ask about the good things about the top part,
Mm-hmm.
and there are lots of good things, and I'm actually glad a lot of them show up, because again, we are people-oriented. We serve people, so we have to have those things in place, but sometimes those things can leave you spinning in wheels, spinning in circles, to Ms. Hall's point, right? Because you're always trying to be caring and fair and have options, to the point that you never get to a decision, and you just spend that time just caring and wanting to give options and accommodating and that's impossible. You
Right.
cannot accommodate everybody.
And it's exhausting.
It can be very exhausting, and sometimes that's when I will get like to a place where I'll just be
Like, look where ambition
We just-
is, all the way at the bottom.
yeah. I just want to like, what is the answer? Can we just get to the answer so I can go execute on the answer? Just tell me what you want me to do.
These top 3 strengths, if you look at those top 3 strengths in an individual, if they're stuck in that or the overdone for too long, that's gonna lead to burnout, right? That's gonna move people because they can't do anything, right? So to your point of when things become overdone, so let's look at that. And you have the next.
Yeah, the overdone ones are the same.
True.
Supported,
So,
sociable.
self-sacrificing.
I mean, that's kind of this role though.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I kind of feel like that's part of the role, like you give of yourself to be in this position. It is a labor of love. So you are going to sacrifice a little bit of yourself. Personal life, things like that, if you support the bigger picture.
But the
To
way
a
I
fault.
kind of read this too is if we are too self-sacrificing in standing up for, like if we just like, oh, okay, I'm not gonna fight for that, then then are we providing the leadership
Right.
that's needed? By pushing, and, because when I looked at the one before, the strength ones, like I would love to see risk-taking and open to change move up. You know, because we talk, anyways, that's just my own.
That's exactly, look at it that way, because
Yeah.
this is in the context of an overdone strength and how you all are working together. So if you become too supportive, too self-sacrificing, that's gonna take away from the risk-taking
Right.
and the progress and the ambition, right? So that would be the overdone strength.
I think that's an artifact, though, of us being on, under SACS review. This supportive and communicative environment, this overly supportive environment, for some of us comes behaviorally from the consequences of having this very pro-risk board and pro-risk board leadership that got us in trouble.
That's good history.
And we were, why can't I think of the word? It wasn't probation, it was
Monitoring.
monitoring. We got triggered. We got reported to SACS.
You got flagged.
We got flagged, we got reported to SACS. We were under review for like a year. We had to do this huge report. We had to demonstrate that we weren't pursuing our own motives. We had to have a board committee. We met all the flipping time. I mean, it was a whole bunch of work because we were so aggressive as individual board members that we got reported and we had to demonstrate that we were working as a unified organization. So now we're like super extra supportive. You okay with that? You know, because of that. And so behaviorally, I think it's fine for us to strike a balance. But when we tried to be too innovative, too out of the box, and not cooperative, we got in trouble.
That's right.
That's good.
And same like
That's good history.
you naturally
That's
go
more
too far the
personal.
other way, and then the opportunity, that's great context, it's, you've got to come back to that center.
I think that's where we're going.
Dion,
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think that we were, the way we are, the Board of Distinction, I think we were there then, but that we let things get out of hand and we didn't do what we needed to do to curb that behavior in. And that's why we got in trouble, because we didn't take the opportunity to self-correct what we knew was going on and had to bring, the superintendent had to bring them in to because we hadn't self-corrected.
So that's the criticism that we got. We had an administration that was Democratic.
Yes.
We had a board chair that was particularly Democratic, advocated authority on some things that they had full authority on to consensus. And then we had a board chair that came in and tried to be more autocratic and took over things that were even supposed to be consensus driven.
That's right.
And then we got
and we.
put on probation, then we got in trouble. And now we are, so I agree with you, we did, when we had a board of distinction, we were much more democratically oriented.
Oh, yeah, coming out of the pandemic too,
Yeah.
the board members that were there during that, there was the whole like, we've got to support each other because we got to support this district that's just trying to support all the kids.
Right.
And I feel like we are at the tipping point of trying to go back to, we've righted the ship, the ship's floating, nobody's falling off, we aren't, you know, and now we can start saying, what can we do differently outside of what was a safe?
Yeah.
Then we just have to watch ourselves and not get too
Ambitious.
Too red.
So.
double down on
This
that.
is
So did
way
Dice
too
again.
lackluster for me,
Yeah.
Our
that's what I was
strengths?
reading it. I was like, oh.
yeah,
we
yeah.
just
I
gonna
don't
be
see
supporting
any
each other.
action.
We're gonna be loving
Action.
each other to
Yeah.
death.
Gonna be what?
I don't see
Loving
any
each other to death. We're just gonna love each other all the time.
Yeah.
We just get along.
You look more than that.
It's almost like we're
We-
prosecuting,
They agitated.
but
There you go. There you
there's
go.
no work done, there's
No.
no execution of anything.
Well, one of my top three is at the very, very, very bottom. So.
Yeah, okay, so here's the beautiful thing about this, is now you guys have the language to say, like, I love that you just said, this is just not, no, I want more. We need to be saying, I would suggest, let's just assume the top 6 are things that everybody's really good and very comfortable with. Maybe an exercise, and we can maybe capture this today, is what are those middle ones? What maybe 2 or 3 that do you guys want to pull forward as a group and say, let's work on this, right? Because again, we can develop those strengths. So then you can bring those strengths forward. You don't have to go all the way to competitive, right? You can just look at what are those middle ones that we need more of, and then you guys can get agreement as a group around that. You've won half the battle, right? So because you're moving in the same direction.
I disagree. I really disagree that this top part of the pyramid is problematic because remember, this is based on questions that we answered about our behavior as the conceptual governance group. So I think you want the people who are coming up with the concept to be supportive, agreeable, tolerant, that sort of thing. To me, if the cabinet falls in the bottom part of this pyramid, then that's really good and effective because that means the operational people are analytical, quick to act, reserved, adaptable. So to me, if we balance each other, we're good. Now, if we're all in the top part, then you do have wheels spinning. But if you've got a cabinet that is confident, methodical, adaptable, making things go, and you have and trusting, and you have a governance board that, hey, that I see it that way.
This is the divide and rule strategy
Yes.
pyramid
And that's
between
the
the board's responsibility and.
That's a good distinction.
This is why she's a good green.
That's a good
I would have loved to see,
That's a good distinction.
I would have loved to seen the previous board that caused the problems with the flag, with their scores, and I can guarantee you, it would have been, a lot of the bottom would have been to the top.
You're right.
So,
And that's
the
We're-
the
smiley
original
you see.
thing this morning,
We're
the
weird.
difference between the board and the cabinet.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right.
Yep.
However,
We'll have to look at this as the governing as opposed to operations. And I'm looking for stuff to happen, and it can't happen at our level, it has to happen at the next level.
I love that y'all differentiated those two, and I think that is definitely worth that conversation. But I will also, to the point of you all thinking about how you work together,
Right.
are there middle strengths that you guys can pull out? So we're gonna keep the top 6, we're gonna keep those. But how you guys, when you're thinking about how everybody in this room works together, how you as a board work together, what are some strengths you want to pull forward? Now, to your point about the difference between oversight and, yeah, that's huge. And we're
well,
gonna say,
I was just gonna say, I respect and agree with that perspective. However, I think if the board and the operations are too far apart,
Correct.
then it can lead to conflict or lack of understanding the policies that we may need to set that allow for their to do those things. So I think it is a balance. And just an observation, I think it's really interesting that on the same line, we've got cautious and risk-taking. Because they seem to kind of cancel each other out unless I'm missing something, but that was just an observation. But I do think that even from the policy perspective and the board perspective, you know, moving some of those ones that are more kind of action-oriented is why I would love to kind of, or they're more, a little bit more, I don't like the word assertive, but.
So Denise, is Art deciding to incorporate a few 3-year-old programs? That's risk-taking in a sense, because we're not state-supported, something we're trying to, so in our, that's a policy we have decided on that, I guess, is that a policy that we're gonna have some Acorn Academies?
We didn't set a policy.
That's just operational.
Yes,
It's operational.
That's operational.
But it wouldn't happen without our,
Yeah,
Without the budget.
creating the conditions for it.
So I
so I
gotta
guess
add,
we can be risk-taking.
yeah. So if I could add to the group, this is exciting as Sharon and I have been talking about how the meeting will flow and Dr. Watson, our planning meeting. Some of what you're talking about right now is going to cascade over tomorrow into the strategic plan review, where there's some key words that Dr. Watts has coined, which I think really embodies what you're talking about. It's zone of influence. There's a bit of a gray area where the board has to have a little bit more information. It's not getting into the weeds, but it's informational detail that helps ultimately make decisions from a larger governance standpoint. So it's exciting to see this is coming out today, because that will resurface tomorrow.
Love it.
Yeah, because that, we'll get more into kind of some of that action planning tomorrow. Let me wrap this up, because I hope you guys continue some of this conversation through lunch. One of the things to remember too, like forceful is just not, that's not something I would think of myself as forceful, but people have different reasons. So a blue might be forceful because they want to protect others. That makes perfect sense for me. A red might be forceful because we're trying to overcome obstacles that are getting in the way. A hub just wants to adjust quickly, so they might be forceful there. So again, this kind of gets into, we think we know, we pretty much all walk around and go, everything would just be so much better if everyone would just think like me, right? I mean, that's kind of hard to fall.
If I ran the world.
If I ran the world, right? Like that's exactly right. We think that. And SDI just clearly tells us, like, we just need to like give up that hope. Because even the reasons why we do things are different. So if somebody sees me being forceful and they're not used to seeing me be forceful, I'm doing it for a very different reason than what Dr. Watts might do. So this is where, again, my big simple answer is curiosity is a superpower. I believe. Learn more about curiosity, learn to get into that state. All right, so we talked about your strengths portrait. You're most likely to use your top 6. Your top strengths are how you get results, they're very natural to you, readily available are the middle strengths, situational strengths. My personal challenge to you all would be look at some of those middle ones and figure out which ones will make you more effective as a leader. And even if they're not quite that comfortable for you, figure out how you can start playing with those a little bit. Bottom strengths are uncomfortable to use and often avoided. And here's the other, just kind of, this kind of creeped me out because it turned out to be really true for me. And then the data shows it. The least likely to use on your pyramid are most likely triggers for you.
I can see that.
Right?
Just a year or something.
So raw ambition is one of my lowest. It's in the bottom 3. That's because I've had experience with raw ambition. That's a trigger for me, right? So then when you really start to see that some of those bottom ones are triggers, that even kind of helps bring it all full circle as well.
I don't agree.
So
I don't agree, not on this, I don't mind.
Talk more.
Yes, you do
Talk
not.
more.
Yes.
Well, what's
Say
it?
more.
Yes.
Say
Yes.
more. I want to
Yes.
hear more.
You do not agree.
What's at your bottom?
What's at my bottom, you'll find adaptable, flexible, risk-taking, persuasive. So that's on my personal one. So at the top, I have trusting. And I think that, in my opinion, that those two kind of cancel one another out. If I'm trusting people, that means I'm willing to adapt to them and with them in a lot of ways, in my mind. So that raises a concern for me personally.
So, wait, you're saying that your bottom three,
Contradict your top three.
they contradict your top three, well, you're hub too, right?
Right.
Right, yeah.
So I'm in the middle.
So-
Yeah. All right, okay. I'm in the middle.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
too close
guessing if
to
you're a
John.
hub, even these 28, I would love to see the 28 on like a bell, on a bell-shaped curve, are gonna be
Yeah.
probably
Right.
really.
Yeah, yours
That's
will
what
be
I'm-
tight.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Real tight.
exactly. Okay.
Whereas others come here.
Could we ask everybody what their bottom was? Because that's very interesting what your bottom is.
Your bottom three?
Sure.
Your
No,
bottom
your
strengths.
Yeah, what's at the very bottom?
Oh, your very bottom.
You're 28?
When he said that you'd be
Reserve,
very uncomfortable. Yours?
Just one.
bottom, reserve.
Reserve, okay, that is
Yeah.
fine.
So mine is, my bottom three are competitive, risk-taking. No, the very, very bottom is ambitious, which I would agree with. And then the two above that are competitive and risk-taking.
So you don't consider yourself an ambitious person?
I do.
See, that's not
Mine
how
kind of
we-
cancel each other out too.
But you-
Well, y'all
My
would
top
agree
one
with
is
mine.
persevering, and my bottom
What's
Yeah,
yours?
all three.
What is yours?
Success is different. than
My
ambition.
top one is persevering, which says you maintain the same course of action despite obstacles, and I agree with that. The bottom one is forceful. You act with conviction, power, and drive. I don't necessarily act with power,
Right.
but with drive I do.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's where part of this was difficult, because there'd be like one word
Right.
that would
Yeah.
change my
Yeah.
response.
I wouldn't
That's
say
why
that
you're in a powerful position.
But I don't operate,
You can't say you don't operate with.
but I
power
don't,
because
I
you
don't,
were given the-
I operate more from influence.
Yeah.
That's right, and so,
Okay.
I don't like the authoritative
We didn't have that
approach.
as
Maybe
a
that's what it is.
That is
I don't like
what it
the because I have the title, do what I say.
That's it's
I
the
don't like
difference
that.
between our intention and the result. I may do things that look ambitious. If I'm not being ambitious, I just want to do that thing.
Yeah.
She has the power of being superintendent.
I don't like that.
She's not it's not her intention that I'm going to take this superintendent club and I'm going to whack you with it. You know, just because, like with mine, just because I end up being competitive, I'm not
I see
intentionally
what you're saying.
competitive.
I see what you're saying.
I just want to do something to my personal standard, which ends up being competitive with other people. So I think it's the intent with which you're using the strength versus the result of the strength manifesting.
amen,
versus
okay,
the
so, and I'm gonna add one more thing, and I feel like saying this is good, like, I'm gonna be driving you all to drink, and that's not my intention. But here's the other problem. Every single one of us in this room have a different definition for what those things mean. And you guys just demonstrated that. You just demonstrated that with forceful, what that means for her. It could be different than everyone else. So we're not even even when we're talking about strengths, we're not even necessarily talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
So that's where you have to do exactly what you guys did. Well, wait. I think you're kind of ambitious. Well, not that ambitious. Okay, and now what you're doing is you're hearing how somebody
Calibrate.
internally.
You're calibrated.
Yes, yes.
Well, and the other thing, so my bottom one is competitive. I am, when it comes to like sports, I am super competitive. Like, I don't play like just to, like, I want to win. But I'm not competitive in my work because that means somebody else is losing.
That's right.
And so it's collaborative. So I think the
Within context.
with it, the context, thank you, the context.
But
The context is
right
important.
here, by forceful, it also has, uses conviction. I know all of us want to feel that we are trying to work with conviction, you know? That our values make us want to be, you know,
But I think,
forward moving with conviction, whereas power sounds like it's negative. If if you show conviction, that's a good thing. But if you show power,
That's
but
right.
they're right next to each other in the same title.
That's right. And so what I think is happening a little bit here, and is worth further conversation is what are the strengths and how are those defined? And then when those are overdone. So what this psychology, this is Eric Fromm, he was one of the first ones to say decades ago, is it that we really have weaknesses or do we have strengths that are overdone? And then what are those opposites, right? So if an opposite of trusting, so that's one of my top strengths, trusting is gullible. Have I been gullible? Has that bit me? Yeah.
Yes.
You know, option oriented. The people that work for me will say, we just need you to make a decision. Like, we just don't know which way you're going. So anyway, and then when you were talking about competitive, an overdone strength that would trigger you is if somebody in here, in this role, in this context, came at you with an overdone competitive. And now you're triggered, right?
Now we know how to push buttons better.
David, you've known all along.
So,
David, don't try it.
I know, push back.
I feel like we're running a little bit out of time, but I feel like we had this conversation. What, you know, y'all
We did.
kind of hit on this. We talked about what productive strengths can we use instead. This one may be one that we want to figure out a way to weave in the next 2 days. Which overdone strengths are most likely to trigger conflict? You guys might have already figured that out. What is the positive intent behind the overdone strengths? So I feel like we had that discussion. If we didn't, we've still got time in the next couple of days to like figure out how we can come back to it. This is the last slide, and then we'll take a little 5-minute break. Here's one of the things that's really powerful about this tool as well. Again, to y'all's point earlier, the more people that work together know it and use it, it can be super powerful to help people work more effectively together. But when they talk about relationship intelligence, the whole belief behind this is, again, and this is what's unique to SDI, we can choose our strengths and we can develop more strengths, even the ones that we're less comfortable with. So when we think about strengths as being choices, that opens up a big world. What we typically do is go through life just depending on our top 3 because they're really easy for us. If it can heal past relationships, and it can also help future relationships. So y'all know this, if before you had SDI and before you kind of have this knowledge as a group, you can look back and say, okay, I started out working with this person, we didn't start out on the right foot, we didn't have a good experience with it. So now that I have this information, I can go back and I can kind of recast the past because maybe I just didn't understand where they were coming from, or I didn't understand that I was being triggered and that was not their intent. So that's the power of being able to kind of reshape. If we were doing deep training, y'all would have some time to think about that, like based on what you learned in a previous conflict you've had, what would you do differently or say differently this time? So that can help with reestablishing past experiences. And then as far as your future expectations, how you co-create the future, a lot of the work that you guys just did here this morning, especially in the dialogue that you had with each other, and I really applaud you for your transparency and authenticity and your humor, because you're 90% ahead of other teams. You know, when I walk in and people are cynical and just hate the world, you know, like, oh, I'm you're going It's going to be really long. So you guys, you've already beat half of it. And I do think a lot of these conversations are really setting the stage for you guys to move into what you want to be more of. And it's only been half a day, so look at you go. Look at us. Let's take a quick break, and we
Group hug.
Keep going.
No, a little bit.
But that means Phil's not here yet.
We just still have
I had the,
Stretch.
I was trying to time it perfectly where the Oatland folks would come in and give you a welcome with a furry friend.
Oh, yay!
They're on the way.
Snakes? Snakes?
I was hoping you would.
Okay.
As long as it's not a snake, I will not be
I
able to.
I have a question.
No
Is it a
snakes, no
I'm gonna
snake.
freak
Can I
out.
ask, do you have, do you have like a template result? Like, I would like to see where a psychopath lands, where like a Mensa person lands, where.
What's your name? I need your name. It's the attorney. I need to know who just asked that.
No, but I would love to see like people, public people we all know on the good and bad scale, where they ended up there and what their arrows look like.
That's fascinating.
She's at a good age.
Fascinating. This might surprise you, but I have not asked for that data.
No, but
Although now I'm super intrigued. I think
but like,
that's
where would
fascinating.
Elon Musk be on there?
Yeah.
Where would Bill Belichick be on
Right.
there?
Right.
Yeah, where would Serena Williams be on
Right.
there? Where, you know,
Yeah.
all these super high performing people.
Yeah, yeah.
I would love to see that.
I don't know if they've done that kind of research, but I will for sure ask. I'll for sure ask.
So you guys laughed at my question and you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm already
Everybody's
like,
looking like, what's going on there?
I'm already nervous. because
But it's
I-
personality type, right?
Yeah,
It's not
No. They're caged now.
He has a handle.
Oh, listen to that.
Matt Green. What is that?
Oh, nice. That is.
Oh, it's a, what is that?
Chicken hawk.
Hey, Dr. Watts.
Red tail?
Red tail,
As
yeah.
long as it doesn't.
No,
What's
red
it?
tail.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Red shoulder hawk.
Red shoulder.
Facing the wrong way. Things backwards.
What else is that bird
There's
stuff?
one around here. I promise y'all, I'm
Don't know what
already-
Georgia Southern graduation.
Oh, exactly.
Nature belongs in nature. People belong in people.
Okay, I'm just gonna tell you now,
What kind of sound should we be
if
making?
you do anything to try to get rid
So welcome
of
to
the
the
zoo
zoo
our district
school.
has, I'm gonna,
I'm not.
we gotta
Our
keep it.
friends from Elvin
But I don't
Island
need to
are
be
here to
like-
bring you
Moving
a
on, Southbridge,
welcome
we got
before we
to-
move into our break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
So my name is Michelle Kelly. I'm a naturalist on the education staff here at Woodland Island Wildlife Center, and I brought another educator with me today. This is Linny, and Linny is a red-shouldered hawk. We named her Linny so that we would remember her scientific name, because she's Buteo lineatus. So that's kind of our little clue for us. Red-shouldered hawks are super common around here. You probably have seen them in the city of Savannah at Forsyth Park. Actually, we've had calls from schools that call us and say, come check out what's going on with this bird over here. And it's usually a red-shouldered hawk, and it's usually a first-year juvenile who they're kind of derpy in their first year of life, and they do weird things like land on the ground, stay on the ground, kind of stay close to people, until they kind of figure out food and lifestyle and things like that. Red-shouldered hawks are diurnal, daytime hunting birds, and they compete with red-tailed hawks mostly and broad-winged hawks, but we don't have very many of those here, so red tails would be their number one look-alike. So the way you would look at them and see, okay, that's not a red tail, is the buff color all over her reddish color. She does have red patches on the backs of her wings. She's showing her fanned striped tail. There you go, honey, that's the position we want you in. But the red-tailed juveniles will have a striped tail as well, so that's kind of a lot of people can confuse a juvenile red-tailed hawk with her. She's gonna eat little things, little salamanders, frogs, little animals. She'll actually hunt birds. So sometimes if you have a bird feeder out, she'll hang out. And people will be like, what's wrong with this bird? Why is she hanging out? Well, I always ask, is there a bird feeder nearby?
Yep.
And they'll go, uh-huh. So she has an easy picking at a bird feeder sometimes. My favorite thing about her and her hunting is that she will actually play bullfighter with venomous snakes. And she'll eat venomous snakes. But she'll put out her wing and she'll wave it back and forth like this, and the snake will strike at her wing, and then when it's coming up this way, she goes after the back of the head and catches it. So she's a pretty smart hunting bird. Let's see, people don't realize this, but daytime birds have a very special lens on their eye, and that lens enables them to see things in the ultraviolet spectrum, which is crazy. So they see like, kind of like a honeybee might see, or a hummingbird might see. And you're wondering, what is the advantage of having that ability to see in the ultraviolet spectrum? Well, if you're a cat owner, anybody cat owner? You know that if your cat is going to the bathroom somewhere, you can find it with a black light, which is an ultraviolet light. She can see pee trails. So think about it. She knows where the critters are. So if she is hanging out, stealthily stalking, hanging out nearby, it's probably because she knows something you don't know. She's got another sensory perception going on out there in her world that she's seeing. Let's see, what other fun facts about our red-shouldered hawks? They love the swamps, the bottomlands that we have here in the coastal plain of Georgia, and they are kind of a noisy, raucous bird. So you can hear them over and over and over again. That is the red-shouldered hawk. You guys have any questions or comments or concerns?
How long do they typically live?
So in the wild, there's great attrition in the nestling stage, but they can live up to 20 years, but that's long-lived. So that's probably usually captivity. But in the nests, they usually don't make it the juveniles are usually where they die off. Once they pass juvenile age, then their better chances of survival go up.
Do they have predators?
Yeah, they would have predators. She could get taken by barred owls. So now we think about, I always try to tell the students I'm working with, like, think about when a barred owl's hunting at night. So she's gonna be sitting still at night. And when she sits still, barred owls can't see them. If she starts moving around in the tree, that's when she becomes able to be seen by the owls. Eagles.
Why is she looking at me like that?
So she's a raptor, and raptors have pin focus focusability, and so you've ever seen people pick up a chicken and like, I'll see if I can get her to do it without throwing her off. You can get her head to stay focused on an object. She'll keep her head on the object, and her body will move. So she has the stereoscopic vision like we do, and she can see a little bit better focusing, see far closer better than we can. Raptors have the curved beak for tearing flesh, and the talons for grabbing. And people don't really think about this, but they're constrictors most of the time when they kill a prey. So if you see a bird on the ground sitting there and you're wondering why, either it's an owl or a hawk of some kind, it's probably because they have something in their talons and they're trying to subdue it. And they're holding it, and they're not making a face like I would, or squeezing, they're just squeezing with the pressure of their feet. And then they do have the ability, like peregrine falcons have a tomial tube. They actually have an extra little ridge line in their beak that can snap the neck of a prey item. Whereas she could, if she can get it in the right place, she could break the neck with the beak, but she's mostly gonna constrict it and squeeze it. Crazy, huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, she's our teacher as well, one of our teachers.
So do they tend to be collaborative or isolated? Do they have trigger points? They say-
Collaborative, yes, I wouldn't put that past them. They do when they're young, they'll work together.
That was a she,
Yes, this is a female.
but you call her Lenny?
Well, Linnea.
Yeah, Lynette.
Did you say how? Did you say juvenile or still growing?
She's full grown.
Full grown.
Yeah, we got her full grown. I don't know if we know her age. And she came to us because she had been imprinted. And so imprinting happens with some animals and not others, and birds imprint. And so what that means is that humans are no longer scary to them, and so they would come to humans for food. And in order for her to stay safe and survive, we have to make sure that she stays with us, because if she got out, she would, do you have any food? And then you might be like, this is not right. Something's wrong with this bird.
It might just don't.
Yeah.
Do they mate for life, or do they?
They tend to mate for life. They will, it's kind of like same time, same place next year. If they show up, they do, great. If not, they will repair. But they do have the habit of coming back to the same tree, the same nesting area, finding the same partner. You'll see all kinds of acrobatic flights in the springtime. They are spring nesters, whereas the owls and the eagles are all winter nesters. And you'll see them, they'll fight, they'll fall to the ground and like let go at the last minute. They'll do all kinds of crazy things. So that usually means they're like setting territories or fighting with each other for mates or something like that.
But owls eat them.
Yeah, A great horned owl will eat
Eagles.
anything. He's the tiger of the forest.
What's that noise?
Which one?
What's that?
Oh, the
noise?
great horn. Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all?
Wait, is that right? No, it's Florida.
Who's awake? Me too.
Okay, yep, okay. That's all happening in my yard, I'm just trying to.
Yes.
figure out. I know I have these and.
The
red
barn
stuff,
owl
yeah.
is who cooks for
But I
you.
know I have,
But
yeah.
they get the southern drawl. You all.
Thank you.
It's looking at our bird feeder, but what it got was underneath the bird feeder. I was like, well, you can hang out and we walk.
Yeah.
Can't do the rats.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's a dad old man joke.
Are we done though, or?
Yeah, we can take a break.
We're taking a
15-minute break. 15-minute break.
All right, so it's just brainstorming, and I will capture here what everybody says. Do you guys?
We don't need a mic.
Yeah, I don't think, well, I'll use it because I have it. So I would like to suggest that we bring back a practice that we once used, and that was to have a board member discussion at the beginning of the meeting. It was just a few minutes of discussion, kind of like what's on your mind. I don't remember why we did it, but I remember the effect of it was you kind of got to know what like breaking news or things that were top of mind for particular board members that may or may not be related to an agenda item. And it was it allowed us to do a little information sharing, and it was not very long. It was like, was it like 30 minutes maybe or less? It was.
If there was anything.
Yeah, if it was anything. And I think that it would bring to fore opportunities for collaboration in the future. It brought forward intelligence from the field. Like right now, we don't really learn about intelligence from the field, intelligence from the districts, except when it's part of an agenda item or an email comes forward. But that was something that I thought was really helpful, and everybody didn't share every meeting. But that's one suggestion.
So it's kind of an informal round robin, is that,
Yeah, it was an informal round robin of opening thoughts.
okay.
And it was before the regular meeting. Was that when it was? I think it was
About peer-to-peer.
peer-to-peer discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was
That was
peer.
the informal.
It was at the informal.
Yeah.
It started in the regular though.
May have.
It started in regular and then it got a little
Yeah.
rowdy due to some personalities and then it was moved to informal.
Okay, I like it.
Is it before informal?
It was well.
It was the
Or is
first
it
thing
now?
on the agenda item.
It was during informal.
It became during informal because it started before regular.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it started as the first item before regular meeting, which I think would be good because more people would hear it because everybody doesn't tune in to informal.
Okay.
But you're right, it did get moved to informal because we got kind of.
That was before us.
We weren't
Yeah.
at the top of the pyramid.
Hmm?
We weren't at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah, we were not at the top of the pyramid. We were letting some of our overdone strengths emerge.
Some of us were and some of us weren't.
Well, and then sometimes during, like when there's the superintendent's present, like you give your good news, and then there's like this past board meeting, there was a like beginning of the
Ceremony, yeah.
school. And on occasion, after that presentation, there sometimes has been some board discussion. And there was actually a question or comment that I had after your last presentation, but I was like, oh, I don't know if we're doing that anymore. And so I just kind of, but I think getting some, response, reaction, not to belabor it, but just engagement around the superintendent's presentation also can help it to resonate more so than just a presentation, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's kind of along the lines, I think, of what Dion's saying, where it's a little bit more of a informal engagement around versus something so specific as just an agenda item. But I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, so with the peer-to-peer, it may not be discussed or brought up in any other way at any other part of the meeting.
It's just a clearance.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah. So it does, I think that that questions following the superintendent's report and good news makes sense. I don't know that there's any reason that we've not been doing it other than people haven't had it. With the peer-to-peer, it sometimes was like breaking news that you wouldn't otherwise know about.
Okay.
Give an example so people can.
Yes, please.
Okay, I cannot think of a historic example. I'll give an example that I would use if this were in place now. Mr. Deloach, the coach who spoke to us in the public comment around athletics in the last regular board meeting, reached out to me and we talked about his perspective and experience on how district young people, particularly in the middle school years, are not getting athletic services that would benefit them and position them well for the athletic recruiters who are coming in to choose high school students. So I would say that he shared with me that the status of the facilities and the rate of pay that we're giving coaches is driving some of the public school talent into the private schools, and when coaches are coming, they're picking from Calvary Bible Baptist, Savannah Christian, and some of our high school players are not getting the exposure that they need and deserve because of some of the conditions that we hear about, like at New Hampstead. And those recruiters are not even going to not even going to our high school games or high school facilities because of whatever.
So can I ask a question about this? Now I'm starting to play all this out, right? If all 9 of you come with an issue such as that, which when I hear that, because of where I am on the chart, I want to pursue something, right? I want to take that, I track everything you all say in board meetings anyway, and I'm constantly thinking, what's the action or the next step that needs to be taken as a result of this? So does that then create 9 different things that so I like the purpose of it for clearing, but I'm nervous about, for me and the team, it then becomes
an action item.
Yes.
So
that's how I'm going to hear it.
So it may or may not be. So that would be the end of the statement. I would stop it there, and it's for information. Now the advantage for the board members is now other folks who have not had the benefit of having a relationship with Mr. Deloach now get information that they would not have otherwise had. So you now have some level of intel, or maybe an announcement that, you know, this organization on the west side is doing this thing and Dr. Howard Hall wants you to know about it. When it goes out for public consumption, it's at your discretion how you pursue it. If you make it an action item, if a board member wants it to be an action item, I would expect that the board member would contact the superintendent and say, not only have I shared this information, I would like for you to look into this. I don't think it's obligated.
Okay, so I just want you to say that one more time.
Yeah, there you go.
And I do believe that.
I am willing to discipline myself to not hear it as you need to do something about this.
Right.
I'm willing to check myself, but I also don't want it to be said, and there's an assumption that, well, we told her.
No, because it's called peer-to-peer. And I don't want my suggestion to be overblown. Peer-to-peer is, hey, I bet you didn't know, but the top recruit in this area was recruited from Savannah Christian last year. Okay. This is peer-to-peer information. If you think it ought to be an action, it is incumbent upon you as a board member to say, hey, you know what? I learned about that in the board meeting. Dr. Watts, can you look into it? Yeah.
To formalize.
To formalize it, yeah. It is that activity is purely peer-to-peer.
Okay. I'm good then.
And I can tell you from my perspective where that type of information I think would be really, so that's a conversation that I'm not, like, hearing that from her and having those relationships and hearing the information for me is informative, because one of the things that I would love to see us do is to be able to bring back some of our students that we lost during the pandemic too, and this is nothing against everybody can consider, but I would love to bring back some of our students to the public schools, so knowing that that is a barrier to that, for me, is helpful in understanding the bigger picture of if that's something as a board we feel is important, another strategy, how to address it. And the other thing that made me think of, to your point, because I can see both sides, I can also see where the public could see, well,
Dr. Hoskins Brown said this in a meeting, why isn't something
Right.
happening? Even if you check yourself, is the public going to make that awareness? But I think for us as board members, we need to reinforce the peer-to-peer part of it. And is there an opportunity maybe once a quarter where part of our informal is, let's step back and take a big picture look where we are, do we need to make tweaks in the directions that we're heading? Because when we do these retreats, it's great, but a lot of times we come out of here with great ideas and then we don't know where they're going, we don't know what that next step is, or we might even know what the next step is, but a check-in, I think,
So,
could be helpful.
yeah, so it's
Yeah.
likely that I won't feel obligated to take action on anything, but I likely will track it, because I think as a part of the step back quarterly, if you put all those things, if you track it, like throughout, you track it, and then you give it all back to people and say, are there trends and patterns
Right.
that we saw that may emerge, that could emerge into something formal?
Then-
But in isolation, it would not.
Okay, well, I will edit my suggestion that it be peer-to-peer 2.0, and that if we choose to pursue it, perhaps an operational rule can be that you don't bring anything to peer-to-peer that you don't give the superintendent a courtesy notice of. I would be fine doing that.
And I'm fine if you're making it clear that this is for information, peer-to-peer sharing only, I don't feel the need to have advance notice.
Okay, all right.
Sean?
Okay, Sean.
So, part of the reason it went away, from my perspective at least, was there was a lot of gotcha. There was a lot of, I read this in the media, why is the
Yes.
superintendent
Yeah.
lying to us? And the superintendent, who's been around for a while? I mean, Connie, you remember that kind of stuff. And there was a lot of, I was directing traffic at this school and this wasn't happening. And chief,
Lord, y'all talking about Mr.
why aren't you, I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all.
Okay, so the point is, I'm fine with peer-to-peer because I think we all express frustration time to time that we don't get a chance to talk about some issues. But maybe we can have a process where if there is something to be brought up during peer-to-peer, it gets, here's my topic, it gets sent to the super and the board president, and they talk about it at agenda planning. So there's a heads up on what it is and what you want to talk about. And we have an agreement as board members that, you know, this is not gotcha journalism, this is not for sound bites or clickbait or whatever, but that's more of an informal understanding. But before, it was, and the other issue is, one board member has no power. You know, it takes 5 people to implement a policy, and the superintendent is managing the operations of a district. If I come in and say, why isn't this happening in this district right now? It creates an outsized influence, and it may not represent the thoughts of the other 8 board members. So there has to be like a check and balance. I want to have that conversation, but there has to be some institutional controls on the process because it'll devolve into personalities and gotcha and who screams loudest.
Yeah, no
That's what I worry about.
No trying to embarrass another board member because I knew something.
Or district staff.
Yeah.
Or, you know, so.
Uh-oh.
No.
He's gonna
Yes.
squash us.
No, I'm not going to squash you. I'm just going to point out that this is a good discussion to have because history has shown that a board member can come out and rarely, I'll point out, making a suggestion during a board meeting which is completely ridiculous. And their fellow board members don't want to jump on the bandwagon and say that's ridiculous because you're in a board meeting. But it's not on the agenda. It may be in a peer comment or something like that. So what I think you have to, my point of jumping in here is I think it's helpful for y'all to consider that, as Sean said, as an individual, you're just an individual. So when a board member speaks, the public doesn't really understand that distinction. So you have to kind of make it clear that, number one, you're speaking, you don't do this every time now, I'm just saying, but I think you have to have this in the back of your mind. Am I just asking for information? Perfectly legit. You can ask for information about just about anything and the superintendent will eventually get back to you. Or
Is it something we really want to have happen? It's not on the agenda, so therefore it's not a command performance by anybody because there's no vote, because really the board has to vote. Or is it simply a comment? Is it just something that you need to bring out? You observed that so-and-so was a great person handling traffic at Sean's school or something. So I think these things, you have to kind of keep these things categorized in your own mind, or the public will become confused. And you're in the board meeting, it's all there, it's going to be there forever. So I think those are things that are very helpful to kind of keep in your own mind. That's all I'll say.
Well, who's capturing this? Because I agree, we have to keep it in our own mind, but I also just believe in it's gotta be like written as a reminder. So that, because in your own mind today is gonna be different 6 months from now in the heat of
Well, on the
whatever it
agenda,
is, right?
on the agenda, peer-to-peer, you know, have we followed the rules we've all agreed to? Something
yeah,
like that.
Something, just
Put it up on the
capturing
PowerPoint slide, have it on in front of each of us.
We can have Officer Hollis.
Read a thing to us.
I'm joking. We don't need that. We don't need that.
She's like, okay,
no, but
Because if it's not explained, it will confuse the public, and quite frankly, because of my inclination, it would get confusing to me too.
I think if we keep it informative, like right now, I could definitely say, there are people upset in Windsor Forest that we have cut down trees.
Yes.
There you go, board members. Just know, but I doubt they're all emailing you that they're cutting down, but you have the same thing in Jenkins. So just, you know, there's what's happening. So I would think that most people would have like maybe just informational things, so you kind of get a state of each district.
we could take baby steps and put it.
That was kind of.
Yeah, I like that, I like that.
Take baby steps, put it in informal, and agree that your topic can't be spur of the moment. Something just came to my mind, or I got a text 10 minutes ago. You've sent it in a day or two before, so we have to process it and not be rash about saying I want to raise it too.
So, I'm gonna go back to something someone just said about just reports from, I really like the idea for reports from districts, because it should be representative of district, and each district has a concern or praise or whatever, but, you know, we're representative government, and I think it's nice to have reports from districts.
No. So it was. It happened a bunch of ways, and so sometimes it was roundtable. This is what's happening in your district, and sometimes it was. This is a district-wide idea. It was not always restricted to your, to your district. So I think that it was safer when it was, hey, here's the update from District 2.
Right.
Or hey, here's the highlights from the town hall we had. People are concerned about this, this, and this. They want to make sure that, Jenkins Construction really accommodates the medically fragile. There were announcements like that. And then sometimes there's broader district-wide observations. I think I need to digest the timeline for remitting those kinds of ideas. Like, does it need to be 2 days? Like what Sean said, like what does that look like in application of sending to everyone and having everyone know. I'm not opposed to it. I just need to see kind of what that looks like.
I'm suggesting just send it here so there's a heads up, that's all. And if there's a data,
Now that I've thought
if
about
there's
it,
a data inquiry we need, I don't think it has to go to the whole board, but like, hey, I want to bring this up in peer-to-peer. It has to do with coaches' pay. When's the last time, FYI, or whatever the detail is, but just a heads up, so we're not playing gotcha, and that's what I worry about.
I'd like it to go to the board, the superintendent, and board users.
Either way.
Because it may be something like, the other day I called you and said, hey, I got a question about this. What do you think? I like the idea of fostering that kind of informal communication.
Can I say something?
No.
Personally, I would like to play devil's advocate on this topic. And I would like to play devil's advocate based upon this. if we're in a meeting, a board meeting, and we're having this discussion, we're talking about what's going on in District 1, what's going on in District 2, what's going on in District 3. If District 5's board member does not say, this is what District 5 has said to me, and if the reason behind me not saying it is because we have this topic under control, or because it's a topic that really doesn't fall under our scope, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because I go to meetings often and they always say, well, what are y'all doing about this? What are y'all doing about, that's not our arena.
Mm-hmm.
And if the board meeting goes on and someone from District 5 says, well, our representative did not bring up our topic.
Mm-hmm.
Now Representative Smith seems like a bad representative, not when he's a bad representative, but because that topic did not belong in this meeting. But now everyone's being forced to make a comment. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did not have that
Okay.
experience.
Gotcha.
I hear what you're saying.
Right.
I did not always say something from District 2.
Gotcha.
But I never got the backlash of, well, she's not saying something for us.
Right.
Because if it's an issue, like right now, I have an issue I'm gonna bring up about a school, I'm gonna email it, and I'm sure it'll be addressed. I would not necessarily bring it up at the meeting, and when the people on the ground experience it being addressed, I wouldn't feel like there would be criticism. But I've never experienced that. Now, others of you represent districts that have far more animated stakeholders that want to see their
Very diplomatic.
Thank you. They want to see their topic on the meeting agenda.
Right.
And they're calling you, you get, an order of magnitude more phone calls than I get. So it may be a vulnerability for some. It had not been for me, so I wasn't worried about that. But I'm not a person who's had that experience yet. Maybe it'll come. It's a valid point. It is true in peer-to-peer. Everybody did not report out every single meeting.
So, go ahead, Sean, and I'll want to summarize.
I agree with Paul, like, if I don't have something to say, it means I don't have something to say. It doesn't mean I'm not engaged, so I hear you. But also, step back, what's the purpose of our board meeting? It's to conduct big picture business. If I'm having a gate issue or a traffic issue or an issue with the playground at a school and somebody reaches out, I don't need to tell all you that. I forward that email to the superintendent and staff. I mean, that's not a board issue. Board issues are, what are the policies that impact operations or academics district-wide? And then at committee, if we're building a new Windsor forest and there are lots of people upset about trees, maybe that's a CIC meeting, maybe it's a board issue. But to me, I don't want to spend, honestly, I like you guys, I don't want to spend 8 hours on a Wednesday hearing about micro issue, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way, smaller issues at school sites that aren't policy issues or district-wide operational issues, and there's a balance there. And if we're gonna sit at peer-to-peer and everybody has to report out, May Howard had a great field day. I mean, I know we all care as a district, but that's not really why we're at a board meeting. It's more, in my mind, maybe we have differences of views, but we should be talking about academic programs district-wide that are impacting, everyone to a certain governance.
Yeah.
So there's a balance there. And I don't want to get in the weeds and not address the forest and the trees and all, you know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe a good litmus test for if it's something that belongs in our peer-to-peer is, it might be something that occurred in your district but doesn't have applicability to the district as a whole.
Yeah.
So Dion's example, I would say does,
Yes, it
because
does.
it's talking about athletics
Yeah.
across the district.
Right.
But if you're talking about a broken gate at May Howard, probably not. So maybe that's a litmus test.
And it's not that we're not addressing it,
Right.
because we're doing our role of sending it to the superintendent and staff, but it doesn't rise to a board issue.
So if I can just interject with one,
Yeah.
it's feeding time.
Yeah.
You gotta feed the kids.
Yes.
You gotta feed people. I've captured some notes, but, I mean, is one of the things, what I'm hearing when I think from a process, it's almost like you guys need to define the purpose of some, and define, you know, some of the communication protocol based on the past and what you want in the future. Is that what I'm hearing? Like, as far as like a takeaway from all of this, are there guidelines or definitions or that you guys almost need to operationalize?
Well, that's what I was trying to suggest, because I
First,
think
we gotta
witness
articulate
testimony-
them.
Yeah.
Like, they haven't even been articulated clearly.
Right.
I'm hearing things bubble up that could probably serve as guidelines, but they haven't been formalized in any way.
So
And that's what I'm nervous about.
So that's the takeaway then, is to take a lot of these type of things and operationalize and formalize it. That's the goal here. Okay, that's very helpful. Because we have to do this in corporate all the time too. This meeting is strategic. This meeting has stuff to do with technology. This is how we open the meeting. This is what we talk about. This is how we take an issue and escalate it. Like, you define it, especially at first, and then it becomes, but it does sound like y'all need some of that definition. Okay, so let's take a break for lunch. When do we come out?
To the purview of the board chair who's a little.
Second.
You ain't trying to make us work at lunch.
Smack you on the back?
Yeah.
You okay?
Don't make us
Don't smack you on the back.
Well, we got, so lunch is an hour. Are we truly doing?
I don't think we need
I read it
an
on
hour.
Google.
To the purview of the board, if you'd like to take an hour break for lunch or a 30-minute break for lunch.
30.
30 minutes it is.
30-minute and wrap up at 4:30 today?
Yeah, let's say the whole session. If we take a 30-minute lunch, we're out of here 30 minutes early. Don't just say take a 30-minute lunch.
I agree.
Her top thing was forceful.
So we'll save this for peer-to-peer in September. So 30-minute lunch, we'll begin again at 1 o'clock p.m. Good enough? Very good. I believe the food lines are open. Any directions on the food?
Follow David.
I
know.
All right, lunch is served.
Next on the agenda is the communication protocol on preferences. I've asked Kurt to see this up from a context perspective, exactly what we're asking y'all to do. And I think we've got 30 to 45 minutes to go with this. And then we're going to move into some really fun, creative stuff.
All right, so hopefully you had some of that cobbler. Give it a couple minutes, and everyone will be asleep. So wake up, Miss Hall. Before you, of course, everyone I think is familiar with this document. Of course, the board is committed to and working with the superintendent to ensure that there is quality communication going on and that there is a standard and a protocol. We've had one that has been developed under the previous superintendency that still was kind of rolled over, but obviously with Dr. Watson reviewing all of this, looking at ways to, does the board decide to continue to work as it is? Board superintendent agree that it needs refined, or board superintendent agree to scrap it completely and start over? So that's what the exercise is about today. Interestingly, I think some of the narratives that we heard in the group exercise in the morning began to go down this road a little bit about the importance of communication. But of course, recognizing and giving nuance to the fact that there is a need for process and a need to recognize the role of the board versus the role of the superintendent and administrative work. And of course, we do have policies that govern this. We have policies in your code section B area that govern board superintendent relation and board and staff relation as well. So this kind of in some ways memorializes some of that in its process. Behind this discussion, you also have on your tables, and I know you're all familiar with, in the board policy off of our website, where you can find policy BH, which is Code of Ethics. Within policy BH, if you recall a few years ago, the board adopted its own practice for governing itself on social media use by board members. One of the requirements in that policy was that policy component would be reviewed annually due to the continual change of the makeup and dynamics of social media technology, which often changes very quickly. So we'll check that box today after the communication protocol discussion to see if there's any modifications to that policy that you'd like to recommend. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our facilitator to facilitate your discussion on communication protocol.
Great, thank you.
I don't know what happened.
We'll get it back up on the screen.
They also have printed copies.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you all need a few minutes to just read it yourself before we get into the discussion, or are y'all there? Go ahead.
Shoot, maybe fire.
There's some things in here, I know there's a bigger discussion that needs to be had, but there's some nuances. I don't want to do a line by line, but there are some things in here I'd like to raise that should be considered for change.
Okay, so, yeah, my suggestion was going to be, we are all familiar with all of this.
Yes.
Could we just skip to whatever changes we need to make?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I was asking. Do you
Thank
need
you.
time, or are you
No.
ready to go?
Go ahead.
Who's tracking, is somebody on my team, are you guys tracking these as we?
They are now.
Okay.
Who's redlining?
Dr. Weiss, would you like to start then?
I mean.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Again, not to get too deep in the woods, but the top has Dr. Levette's name on it. My
Yes.
proposal is that it would actually say my name and the Board of Education. So it's not just a me document, it's a we document.
I like that.
Communication protocol.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't necessarily care how that's captured. I also wanted to look at the first couple of sentences in the second paragraph, because I know right now there's a pending policy change around the internal audit team and the reporting structure. I guess my question is, does anyone else see a need to maybe modify that first sentence?
I'd like to see the policy recommendation change, because I haven't seen that.
Essentially, the policy recommendation is going to be to make all employees of the district are subject to the supervision of the superintendent.
Okay.
Mr. Holliday, you told us that about 4 months ago, and it didn't get, I picked up Sean's word, it didn't get operationalized. So what do we have to do to get that operationalized?
There's a proposed change to policy CB, I think, CB, whatever the CB, whatever the line of authority policy is that's being worked on, and that's
Oh, so we'll see it.
shortly.
In the next audit meeting? Or no?
It'll be on the,
It's
it's
going
on the
straight to-
agenda for next month, yeah.
Straight to the board agenda. Got it.
Right.
Okay.
Sean, you had a question.
It's the second read.
It's the second week, yeah.
Okay.
Sean, you had a question about at the last board meeting. Go ahead.
Okay.
He doesn't remember.
What are your
Maybe we need
thoughts,
to
John?
wait until after the board adoption, but I just think that sentence for me right now is one that I've highlighted as a potential change, depending on, it needs to be in alignment with the policy. And I don't necessarily think it reads that way.
The parenthetical needs to be taken out.
Okay.
Right, just that needs to be deleted. Yeah. You agree, Dr. Weiss?
If that's the way the policy ends up being codified, yes.
Right.
So there was board discussion on it at the last meeting. So we're kind of behind the, I don't know what's the policy gonna read next meeting?
Well, and to Dion's point, I thought, because she made a suggestion that it be, go to the audit committee for the audit committee.
Oh, you know
chair
what?
to review,
It
right?
is on the agenda for audit committee, isn't it, Leah?
Well, the question, Hoskins Brown made the question that it should be the chair to review, not the audit committee.
No, I suggested that he be involved in the process,
Okay.
not that it be
So we
his
can add
authority.
that on there.
So
Okay.
the issue is that there's the charter of audit and there's the policy, and they are not aligned. Board policy overrides committee policy, but we were having the conversation without talking to the committee chair.
Right.
So I just said that that person should be brought in to participate in the conversation because that's where the confusion originated in the first place with the January meeting of audit.
It was the charter and the bylaws.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would be just a small private meeting, not a meeting at the audit committee.
No, that's the audit.
Yeah, I didn't think that far and I don't have a strong feeling about it. I just wanted to make sure I believe in the policy as it is being revised. It came up in the January audit meeting because there was confusion about what the line of authority was in that first audit meeting. And the origin of the confusion seemed to be the charter. Am I getting this right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, wasn't at that meeting, but the charter also is going to be proposed for revision. We're working on those revisions and I'll have those for the audit committee to look at and the board ultimately to look at.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with that. If our attorney makes recommendations for the charter and the policy and provides those to the audit committee, I think it would be unwise for the audit committee to do something that the attorney does not recommend.
Yeah, and my comment was not inconsistent with any of that. This should be changed to note legally all staff people ultimately report to the superintendent. My comment on the policy last time was there should be an additional oversight role or participation role given the unique function of internal audit, not final decision making. That always rests with the superintendent legally. So that's the issue I brought up with the policy change at the first read.
Yeah.
But the way this is read, I agree, this needs to be changed.
Right.
Yeah, agreed.
I move that. Can we just strike the parenthetical and be done with it so we're not?
I think that's all I'm asking for, yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
E on the bottom of the page. If a board member needs information on any aspect of the district, the request should be communicated to the superintendent office to ensure that the board members' needs are met. Should there be an additional sentence that information should be provided to the entire board?
I think that's on the top of the next page, or somewhere under communications, that if it's something that pertains to, because I just read that, like district-wide, then all members are copied or something like that.
Okay, as long as it's captured somewhere
Do you
else.
see it where that is, Denise?
Hang on.
Wouldn't be bad if it was redundant.
Yeah, no, it would, it would.
Let's
Yeah.
go to the plan.
Okay.
That's where
Yeah.
it would be appropriate.
Yeah.
But shouldn't we give the superintendent discretion?
Yes.
If I write an email, hey, has the playground at May Howard been fixed?
Oh, then that only goes to you.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, the rest of the board doesn't need to see that.
Right, but if
Unless you
it's
want to.
something like, for example,
We're gonna just.
a couple of you have asked for the property list.
Right,
To me, the existing part, everybody should get that. One board member shouldn't be privy to that.
I'm just saying it should be discretionary
Yeah.
if you decide if it's
Right.
Yeah.
not mandatory.
David?
It's just, page 3 is where it's outlined, requesting information,
Okay.
lines of communication.
Okay.
Go
Okay, so
into,
it's in
I think,
there.
all 5, a bunch of different, like
Yeah.
I think all the things in
Okay.
it.
Page 3, number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Which one is that?
Just the idea that page 3, 1.
Yeah, it's number 1 right there.
One, number 1 under 3, and then 3 kind of goes into,
Okay. Can we go to page 2 now since it's there?
Yep.
So I wanted clarity on D at the top, provides exposure to the executive team, facilitates succession planning. Somebody could just-
Where are you again?
D
You scroll back.
on page 2.
Relationship responsibility.
I want clarity on that so I know how to interpret that.
I interpret that as you bring us in with cabinet members when we're discussing things, rather than you meeting with cabinet members
And
and then you
translating.
meeting with board members, but they're not being all parties in the room together. Does that make?
I don't think that's what that, I think that's a good idea. I don't think that's what that means. I think what that means is that the executive team is made aware of things, not so much board and executive team together, because there was a previous concern that we weren't building capacity in the executive team to facilitate succession.
That's correct.
And so my recollection of this line is that it would bring exposure to senior leadership in a way that would, in a professional development sort of way, would involve them or inform them in such a way that they would develop the skills to be able to make similar decisions, to grow our own, and not just have all decision-making localized just in the superintendent without growing our internal talent. We don't have that problem now, but many years ago, we had a problem where we weren't growing the talent at different levels to feed the next levels.
So this is really about the second part of that sentence.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
the first.
Yeah.
Not the first
And
part.
specifically, what it led to was more presentations from cabinet and
Yes.
and sub-cabinet people at board meetings, at exec, things like that. Before, there were only one or two people doing most of the talking.
Right.
And so you had the exec team, the cabinet was appearing before the board. That was part of it.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Moss, you look concerned.
I totally don't understand that at all.
It doesn't read, my first read of it wasn't that, but now that you explain it, for me, the clarity, I think what you're just trying to say is to provide opportunity for the executive team to grow so that we might have a succession plan, or we can have,
Yeah.
so that there's internal succession planning methodology in place.
Yeah.
That could be presentations, that could be me coaching and developing, that could be stuff we do in cabinet, that could be a lot of different things.
Right, and that is what it is, because there was a place in a previous administration where there didn't seem to be any kind of redundancy in skills that would keep us going should there be an unexpected void in the team.
Right, somebody would be, I need to make sure that there's somebody ready to step in if something happened to me, or.
Right.
Right, just make sure that there's exposure.
Right.
And growth and development opportunities.
Right, does that help, Mr. Moss? You still?
This is also.
Yeah, and.
It just doesn't read that way.
And again, you know, I know I don't understand. What I guess what I don't want this to say is, okay, provides exposure to this.
So contextually, remember, this is communication. So part of that approach was to ensure that the superintendent is communicating with the executive team, which from interactions with the board. So for example, today is a good example of that. The cabinet is here, engaging and understanding and learning.
I understand. Thank you.
And that builds capacity over time too.
Okay.
There's a greater piece of it that Dr. Hoskins Brown explained behind it.
Well, and I guess do we need, I understand that this came out of a facilitating succession planning, which it definitely is part of that, but to me, it's a bigger thing than just succession planning. Like there's value in that exposure with the executive team beyond facilitating succession planning. So I guess I'm wondering, and this very detailed minutia, but is that second part necessary? Because its value is greater than just succession planning, in my opinion.
We don't have it captured, so I'm the one that argued for succession planning when this came up. We didn't have any mention of it anywhere in our strategic plan. We weren't doing anything with it, and we hit an impasse where it was obvious that we were not doing it. So if we don't have it in the communication plan, I'm okay with that. I want us to acknowledge that that should be happening in our organization.
Yeah.
Because we had a couple of reorganizations where we didn't have anybody to do a particular thing, or we had the same people doing the same thing, and it might have been done more effectively in another way, but we had not grown organizational talent, and it became an issue during the superintendent's evaluation. It was a noted weakness in a former superintendent, and that's when we started seeing it codified in our documents to acknowledge that it was important.
It's really around capacity building to make sure that there's organization sustainability.
Okay.
We are building capacity so that the organization can sustain beyond an individual person.
Right.
The whole operation
Right.
shouldn't be about me. It should,
Right.
if I've dropped dead today, somebody should be able to step
Well,
up
that's
and
the whole
lead.
point, Dr. Watts. I don't see that we've reached that point. If Joe Biden decided to step down today, everybody in America knows that Kamala Harris would become the president. I don't see that we have reached that. To say that you're going to, exercise mentorship and growth in your cabinet, to me, that is not the same thing as saying we have a succession plan.
Well, I don't think the succession plan belongs in a communications plan. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. So we're kind of blurring the lines, I
Since
think.
that's where it is now, we can move it to wherever it needs to be, but the point I'm making is that we do not have one.
Well, you're lucky, because that's actually my strength.
Okay.
And I don't care where it lands. The purpose of me raising it was I needed clarity on it so that I could deliver it. Because it says these are the things that I'm responsible for delivering on.
Right.
But this discussion has helped clarify it for me. Thank you.
So let me just do a process check, because it took me a minute to catch up with y'all. Have y'all already gone through page 1 and
We're on page 2.
there
now.
were
page
no
2.
other changes to one?
Correct.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we were going sequentially. So just for going forward too, y'all help me figure out where you want to stay with the conversation and fix it right here, or where you are like, we're noting this is a takeaway that we need to do.
And for efficiency purposes, I guess what I'm willing to do, because some of my things may just be a little too much in the weeds for this, is maybe I can take a stab at rewriting these as I understand them, send them out to you all
Yes.
for, send them out for
Right,
blessing.
Yeah.
Because there's just some things in here that I think are a little contradicting in some ways. You know, they'll say, things should go to the superintendent, but then communication between staff and the board is encouraged. It's encouraged, but like.
That language was to,
So from a context perspective, Dr. Watts, maybe you go through and say, here are the themes. And then if someone's like, well, wait, there's more to that, then we need to go into it. But if you're just kind of like, these are the themes, I'll take a shot at rewriting it and send it back out to you guys. That way they'll know kind of what are the things that are coming to mind. And it's kind of the same for anyone else. If y'all, what needs to be talked about and decided here right now in this moment, given the time and what you're trying to accomplish in the next 2 days, and then what needs to be mentioned, and then there's an action item as takeaway.
if we
she's saying
could,
that she's confused about things, then we need to, as quickly as possible, help get that confusion settled. So,
yeah.
Dr. Watts, if you're saying that you will go through this, and what we see from you is something that you would approve of, then it's up to us if we want to question it. Is that what?
Yeah, I could go through and either put a question because I don't understand it, or I can write the language in a way that I feel provides me the clarity I need.
If we could if we could maybe do a shared document and not keep sending emails back and forth, that would be really awesome.
Yes.
And on that particular thing, it's kind of addressing an issue that's unspoken, which might be what you find in many policies. There was a time when there was concern about direct communication between board members and staff and working around the superintendent or over communicating with staff. And so I believe that line of, communication with staff is encouraged was a way to put something that said, you are not prohibited from talking to staff, because this was drafted, the way you're going to do your draft, this was drafted originally by Dr. Levesque, because there were concerns about how we communicated. So I think that line is to say, you're not prohibited from talking to staff, but here are the priorities or standards
by
which I'd like to see you communicate. Please communicate with the superintendent if you're trying to direct something. Don't direct staff. Don't supervise staff, but communicate learn from staff,
Yes.
share perspectives with staff,
Yes.
but address actions with the superintendent. I think that's where that came from.
But yes, to everything you just said, it's just, that's not clear when it just says communication between staff and board is encouraged. And I just wanted clarity on what that means.
And that's why, and that's where we got, as a board, every time we send an email to staff, at least at the bare minimum, CC the superintendent on it. Because there was a lot of times when certain board members would not let the superintendent know that they've contacted so-and-so, like whatever department it was in, and when that department went to the superintendent, they didn't know what was going on.
So I'm going to go to red.
Oh, but you're warning us?
No, it's not conflict. I'm just gonna exhibit a red trait. And that red trait is, I love the idea of Dr. Swatz going back, us establishing one document that will be sent around. We can go in, make any edits that we need to, and let's move on.
Absolutely, I'm on it.
Unless someone feels the need to continue.
I think the only, to Sharon's point is there something fundamental in here that is of concern?
Yes.
That you would like all of us in the room to
Right.
peer to peer.
Or anyone else, like if there's an issue, this isn't the time to bring it up if you have concerns about this.
Right. And I guess another way to look at that is if you, Dr. Watts, if you didn't have this document, what would you, like, if you had just a blank sheet, I'd be interested in just hearing your preferences as a superintendent and communication protocols, like, without even having to feel.
So I will admit, I'm trying to formalize this with cabinet right now because it is a little loose to me. There's a lot of emailing back and forth that I can't always track. And so David has created for us a repository with action steps. So now when you all email, you're copying me on it, which is great. It goes into a tracker and we're trying to close out things because I also want to know I like to know when the loop is closed, right? Not that you said this is the issue. So most of the time you'll see me say, receipt, I'm acknowledging receipt, we'll look into this. That's letting you know I've seen it. But I don't always know when it's closed out. So what I'm trying to do is create an internal system around how do I know when something is done so that I can hold people accountable for closing loops. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about, which doesn't have anything to do with you all. It's really about how I operationalize this with the staff, and we're working on that right now.
Well, now I understand why my error is the longest, because I'm just sitting here and taking it all in. Everybody's discussing it. I interject it not one time because I'm taking it all in, and I pretty much.
It's a little loose. It's just a little loose to me right now. And I have a difficult time tracking it. And again, if you go back to our earlier discussion, I like to close things out. I don't like when people say to me, this has been lingering for weeks, days, months. Why? Let's get an answer, let's get it closed out.
And I think your clarity is about important to all of us.
Right.
If you're not clear about something, then that's a problem.
Right,
So,
but this may be more on the internal side and maybe not on the external side, so.
Sean?
This is a really small thing in the big scheme of things, but talking about that type of communication, sometimes I get an email, sometimes I get a calendar invite, sometimes it's a text from a random person in the district, sometimes it's a phone message. Are there any other methods of communication? Like trying to schedule, and I'm not being facetious. I mean, part of it is I haven't responded promptly to something and I own that. I'm trying to prioritize in my mind, okay, how do I know what district events are coming up? And, in my other work, I get a calendar invite. And I know what I'm looking for, it's on there, I can accept it. But here, sometimes it's a calendar invite, sometimes it's an email, and it's the 7th paragraph in the email. Sometimes it's a text message from a random person, so it's not always coming from the same person. And look, it's on me to read everything, and this isn't an excuse. I have 200 emails a day professionally, and then I go to my board email and I've got 64, and 27 of them are spam, and I'm trying to triage.
Yes.
And
Emails are a whole life.
what I would love is if we can all agree, here is how we're going to alert you to events and times. Calendar invite, a weekly Friday email that comes out at whatever it is. I have no preference, but some structure so I know every time I get a text from Tamika or Kurt or Stacy, that's what I'm looking for.
What is your preference? Like, as a board, my idea, and I started it last Friday, was to do a Friday superintendent update, which would just have the dates on there, but then it's incumbent upon you to actually translate them to your calendar.
Please send me a calendar invitation.
Yes, me
I
too.
love calendar invites.
Yes.
But
So
others
you
might not.
prefer a calendar invite?
Well, I want to raise this for collective discussion.
Right.
What works best for all of us, so we're all on the same, so I know what to look for. And it's not like,
So I see them separate. When I get a text message, I assume that there's been an email I didn't answer or an invite I didn't accept. And I typically, I'm slow to accept invitations till I can completely confirm that I will truly, truly, truly be there. I liked the digest, and I saw your digest as, this is you telling us what's happening, what's important, and what's coming up. The calendar invites tell me this is the for real location, the for real time is not changing. This is confirmed. When I get the invite, I'm thinking all of the logistics are confirmed. And if I don't see anything else, if I get in my car and I click on that invite and navigate based on that, that's where it's going. So I see the invitation as the final confirmation of details. I see the earlier email as heads up. I assumed when I saw your message that, okay, there are gonna be calendar invites that are gonna mirror this email.
I can do that. I mean, I can do whatever you all tell me to do.
Because everyone. But I love emergency, if it's an emergency, to text. But I don't check emails like I check my texts.
Anything that I think might hit the news, I try to put in a text message to you all as a heads up. If I think, but if you don't want that,
No, I think it's great.
I love it.
if it's news, if I think it could be on the news, I'm going to send you a text immediately.
Yeah.
So let me back up for a second so I'm capturing this. But it sounds like everyone's saying they like your update on Friday. That's a preview of what's coming. That's very helpful. You have the context. Then what I heard you say is, and I think I was hearing you say this, you all prefer the calendar invites and you want them to be fully loaded and fine.
Yes.
So is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I would rather have an invite that says TBA 2 weeks in advance on the concern. I'd rather, if the day is confirmed, I'd rather have the date locked in and have you edit the invite for the location than for you to wait 3 days out because you just got the location.
So this
Does anybody else, how do other people feel about that?
10,000%. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a hold the date, right? And the
Yes.
invite's coming out, the date is confirmed, we have this happening. Then that's assuming that it's official. But now the really official invite with all of the details is the next piece.
Yes.
That happened with the Bloomingdale situation when the time had to change because the teachers wanted to be a part of it.
Yes.
So that's understandable,
Yeah,
you know.
that's real helpful
But that doesn't
because
change the date.
sometimes we can nail down a date and time, but we don't have a location yet. That does happen, so that's helpful to know. And we can update the calendar invite, it'll reflect that. The flip side for staff too on Outlook is when you do get in there and you accept it, it helps us to go in there and look at it because we can track who we know accepted and expect that they're going to be there, which without having to double taps.
One other thing, and I know this is, I would rather be over-informed than under-informed, but sometimes we'll get 5 calendar invites for the same event
Yeah.
from different
From
staff,
different
and I'm not, and so I end up accepting them all,
Yeah.
but then my calendar is cluttered with, it's, I don't know what that's a very detailed operational thing
No,
again.
I get it,
But,
because, again, it goes back to the looseness, we've got so many people communicating with the board. There should be one person
Yeah.
communicating,
everything goes through
everything should be
Tamika or
funneled through
whatever
the one
it is, yeah.
person. But right now, it's just like,
Yeah.
it's a little all over the place.
And I'm hesitant to bring that up because I would much rather know about it well in advance than last minute, but just if it's possible.
We have had this system, this is an unusual situation in that we have reorganized the administration of the board office. We haven't been in this situation with the board office before, where operations in the superintendent's office and the board office have been shared. Historically, there's been one person who just does that. And so the fact that it's wonky now is just because we have gracious people who've taken on extra duties, for which we're very thankful.
Yes.
With the save the date, I wonder if other people feel this way. With the save the date, I would rather have a save the date that you edit than for you to make a save the date, cancel the save the date, and create a new appointment.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Which is what's happened in like the last year and a half or so. You get a save the date, and then later on you get another appointment,
It really is the same event.
and it's the same event. So I would invite you to keep the same appointment and just edit it as you need, because we'll get notified when you've made the edits, but that's just one other
Well, especially if you
request.
declined the same
What?
date because you knew you had a conflict, and then you had another calendar invite, and I'm like,
I
I
declined.
thought I declined this, or is this
Right,
something
right.
different? I don't care what we do, I just want to know what we are doing,
Yes.
so I know what to look for.
For, yeah.
Because I get emails, please fill out this survey of who's available on these dates. I get text messages, I get phone calls. I'm cool with all of it, I like the over communication, just tell me what to look for. That's all I'm really asking for.
So is this Friday update kind of that proactive, here's what's coming? Is there a certain horizon on that?
What do you mean when you
Like
say that?
time frame, like is it just?
The upcoming week.
Oh, it's the upcoming week, okay.
Well, and I guess it could be even
See,
beyond.
I see that as very, whatever you deem it, like, that to me is separate from the events,
That's separate.
calendar events, because it's a bigger communication about kind of what's going on in the district
Right.
and kind of that kind of thing. So I think it's separate.
That
The
is-
calendar stuff, I don't want a week in advance, I want 3, 4, 5 weeks in
Right,
advance
I
when we
would,
know
yeah.
it.
Yes.
When we know it. Some
So
stuff
that's-
is short term,
Got it.
I get that, but.
Those are unrelated, got it. Okay.
And while we're in the weeds of minutia, my preference when we are looking for, if we're trying to find a date of a retreat, instead of sending out 5 calendar invitations, and it could be one of those 5, can we do, because that gets very confusing as well, and sometimes it gets confirmed and sometimes it doesn't. That has been the practice in the past. I don't know if it's the practice in the future. Again, very detailed, but to me, that is, I don't know.
I mean, I would
Others may
prefer
differ,
to use some type of, there's Calendly, there's
Like
all types of
doodle poll
little
or whatever.
doodle.
Right.
When to meet?
Oh, yeah, when I've worked with other boards, we just send it out, they vote on their preference. But they can also see each other's
Right.
voting.
Right.
So if they see that everybody but me can't come, maybe they can move something and actually come.
Yeah.
So that's how I've operated. Would that be the preference?
I mean, it would for me, but I don't know how others feel about it.
I would like to return to the standard retreat date that we had many years ago, which is we always had a retreat in October, and it was usually, what was it, second or third weekend, something like that. I'd rather just set it annually, and you know that's your time and you block it.
Oh,
So,
it's up to y'all.
so, and I agree. Understanding the reason that we did the retreat the way we did it this time is because we
We have new leadership, yeah.
Yeah, but
But
yes,
we've
I agree.
always, as long as I've been on the board, it's always been, here are 5 dates, which of these 5 dates are you available, I think. for-
No, that's not, no, I was just addressing,
Yeah.
well, I was more addressing the timing. Yeah, I mean, I would love to have a standard time for, and, you know, when we have our calendar meeting, let's just stick that in here. I mean, I don't know that tradition, so.
We got away from it when we were protecting our SACS accreditation because we had more work to do more frequently,
Right.
and we couldn't afford to wait till October that year. And then we had an early retreat the next year, then the pandemic came. So once we got over SACS, then we had the pandemic, and it also necessitated meeting earlier in the year. So it's a tradition that we haven't had for some time, but some of us.
But your
experience.
request is, if it's possible, to move back to that.
Just
I would
move-
imagine everybody, because y'all all have multiple responsibilities, so the more you know and you can depend on this is the same time every year, okay.
So I'm clear, there was one in the fall and one in the spring?
No,
There
it was
just one?
always just one in the fall. We began having it in the spring because we had fires that we had to put out.
Got it.
And so we started doing it then.
Okay, so I think we've caught some of the takeaways. I know, Dr. Watch, you're going to go through, make the edits, send it out to everybody. Already got that taken care of. Is this stuff, I know it sounds like weeds, but it also sounds like these are kind of really big pain points that are fixable. So are there any more of those? From a communication perspective, what's working, what's not working? Like the text thing, so I heard you talk about the calendar invites and email. I don't even know what to say about that. I mean, email's a big problem for everybody. If there are ways of enhancing that, great, look for it. But the text thing, you were like, just so everybody knows, you're gonna text if something's gonna hit the news, period.
I mean, that's what I'm accustomed to, but that's what I've observed in other organizations. But if that's something, if you all don't care to know that 3 schools don't have power,
Absolutely.
then I don't have to tell you about
No,
that.
I would like. I would like text.
I want those texts.
Okay.
I like text. I have a question for the superintendent. There are folks who sometimes just send a response to email that says DHB, that says, I got it. Like, I'm not answering, I don't have nothing to say, but I got your email. And then there's some people who don't respond. Do you have a preference that people, even if they don't have anything to say, that I just send DHB and that lets you know I laid eyes on it?
Yes, I do have a preference.
Okay.
And my preference is to acknowledge receipts of
There you go.
emails.
Okay.
Okay.
It could just say, it could say 10-4.
Okay.
To say, got it, we'll be back with you within 24 hours, received. I mean,
Okay.
some acknowledgement that people, that you saw it.
Even
Or have
when
you
you, because I respond if an email is sent to me individually, but when it's sent to a group.
Oh, no. Not that, not a whole group.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm asking. All
Yeah, but it's
100% of emails, do you want 100%?
No.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
just one-on-one?
No. Just
That's
if
40
you're,
emails to
if
you.
you're bringing something to my attention that needs a resolution, something, I want to, if there's a problem or a request, I just want an acknowledgement of it
Okay.
from my team, but not like a for your information. Not everybody just chiming in saying 10-4, got it.
Okay.
No, not
That's what
that.
I want to know. When I get, because I don't answer emails, but I see them, and even if I don't see them, I assume that I am going to be held accountable for having seen it, even if I didn't answer.
Yeah.
I know if I didn't see it, it's my fault, not your team's fault. But I don't always answer. Now, we've been talking to Mr. Lauer a lot today, but he would always send an email that said LL. He would always send an email that said LL, which meant he got it and he read it. Some of us picked it up, sometimes we don't. I stopped doing it. So I was just asking, did you want confirmation from board members on every?
No, I
Okay.
don't want I don't care to have confirmation from you all. For me, this is more internally customer service facing. I want my team to acknowledge
Okay.
when they have seen an email
Got
that
it.
requires an action on their part.
Okay.
One of us needs to say, got it,
Okay.
so that we know it's been, that it's been seen and it's gonna move into an action orientation. and it's not sitting in people's email inboxes, going to the bottom.
Well, I don't plan to email staff
But-
that you're not on.
Yeah.
So the opportunity to respond, the opportunity to confirm, you will always have the opportunity to confirm even if they don't. Because unless you have said, please follow up with BBO on this, I'm not gonna be corresponding with BBO. I'm gonna write you, I might CC BBO, and often I don't. I usually just write the superintendent and let you direct the work. So in the way that I communicate.
And so let me just say that for clarity, that's actually what I would prefer.
Okay.
I'll just be clear. Let me just be clear. Clear as kind, right? Just email me and let me direct it to the staff person. that it
Okay.
needs to be
All right.
directed to.
Thank you.
That's great.
Because when you copy on it, I don't know, sometimes it's 10 o'clock at night before I'm checking emails. I don't know if that person's gotten it. Sometimes I'll look and the person got it and they've already provided a response. I just would prefer to be the one to distribute it out.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
As information is sent to us, I don't know if there's a way in board docs or on somewhere that, I think, for example, last board meeting, we had the changing of Teacher of the Year, and one of the things that Ms. Whalen mentioned was the teacher burnout report. I don't recall getting that. It does not mean that we didn't, but I don't recall receiving that. I can dig through 50 million emails to see if I can find it, but there's got to be a more efficient way, so I'm looking at this, like.
They
is
need a
there way to have
repository like
an
we just created for
internal-
cabinet.
Yeah,
Well, I think,
internal system.
When you mentioned board docs, I think that's the way to go. So
Yeah.
one of the things that we've been doing since we've been a little more deeper involved with that is I have found there's a library on there.
Okay.
And we could put those reports in there.
Like, I would love to have, like, I know the superintendent notes live in certain sections of the DAS-RME, but you gotta know where to look, and it's,
We could create a library repository for all of
That
that
would be
on board
beautiful.
docs, which would encourage you to start using that more as a
Yes.
tool, and hopefully eventually get away from paper copies on everything.
that would be beautiful.
Yeah, no, I'm
That
gonna
would
be
be
using paper, but
I'll
thank
be
you for
all
asking.
right, so paper stays, but nonetheless, there is a way to do that.
Okay, that would be amazing. Thank you.
We might need some training. Because I say that because like I will search for stuff on board docs.
Right.
Yes.
And it pulls up something from 1987.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing from the board meeting last year, I just don't remember which month, I can't find.
Right.
And I need some training modules.
Well, and that's something we'd be happy to do, because we've been learning quite a bit about board docs.
Yeah.
Board docs is a fantastic repository in itself, just for that, but you have to know how to use that search tool. And the search tool is very specific. In fact, if you get, miss a hyphen in something,
Right.
it won't find it. Like an RFP, for example.
Well, and that's where having, and
You
again,
gotta
this
get it,
is,
you gotta nail it.
this is, again, super OCD, but in a situation like that, that's
It's
where.
not intuitive.
Be natural
But no,
language.
naming protocols of files is how you organize that stuff. And even superintendent notes that come down, they have different naming protocols, so I have to, like, okay, which one is, sorry, that's my OCD part, but it's very helpful when you're looking for information to know the way in which to look for it without a random search that might deliver something from like.
It was in there. It was in there.
Just out of curiosity, is there a hierarchy of line of communication? Or do we have that set up? Meaning, the first thing is email, and then after email we do this, that, and the third, or do we just stick with email? Because for me, I've experienced that someone might say, 10 o'clock, can you give me a response by 12? And then at 11:30, you send me another email saying, can you give me a response by 12? Well, if I hadn't responded yet, maybe I hadn't seen it. So instead of emailing me again, I would prefer you text me or give me a call.
So you mean in a hierarchy of how staff reaches out to the board for something?
Board, yeah, any way, any type of way. If there becomes time-sensitive documents or needs, don't keep emailing a person. Pick up the phone, and see, me personally, if I want a quick response, I prefer to call someone if it's a time-sensitive topic. But everyone doesn't think that way.
Let me chime in on that. There are going to be times when I may not let's say Dr. Watts sends me something that I don't think it's appropriate to communicate through the information. Maybe a timely investigation, some things we're looking into that you don't want to become part of public record. And oftentimes a lot of that, as you know, first thing they do is get open records on what you communicate. So I think there may be times when it's appropriate to have a phone conversation as opposed to sending it out through text or email. So it's everything situational, right? And there are times in the past when we've had these one-on-one kind of sensitive, maybe something going on with you that you don't want out, that's really, and I'm speaking from a security and confidentiality standpoint, and that we need to keep it there as opposed to throwing it out while we investigate. And
So I don't know if we're talking about the same things, but in that case, if there was a issue that you wanted to raise, or a concern or a question or a safety, whatever, could we not create a form that said date received, here's the email or the concern, here's the response or the actions taken, and here was the date that it was completed? And the actions taken could be I called the person and had a verbal exchange with them. But it just doesn't leave it open to, it's just sitting out there. You could just simply write, made phone call to board member Harris on 8/17 at 5:22. Like, I don't need to know what y'all talked about.
that's actually what we do.
Right.
You're absolutely
But
right.
sometimes it's not codified. I don't know, we don't know that the loop was all the way closed. Because you may have had that conversation, but I don't know you had that conversation. I'm not saying I need to know the content of the conversation. I just like to know that things were handled.
So I'm hearing that there's an activity log to confirm that the circle has been completely closed on an issue. That there's an initiation of the issue, here's who responded, this was how they responded, this is the timestamp from when it was resolved. Which to me is an internal,
Yes,
is internal
this is all
thing,
internal.
so
Yes.
that works. On the matter of how to communicate during the day, I want to co-sign that just because I have restrictions around how I can communicate during the day. I am never going to send an email through my district account during the time that I'm on duty for my job.
Right.
Because it's illegal. So if I turn in timesheets. So there's never gonna be a time where I'm on camera at a press conference doing anything, cutting a ribbon, that I do not already have a leave form turned in, or I'm not on flex time. So when emails come in during the day, and for example,
Can somebody give me an example of what kind of emails you all are getting that you feel the need that you would have to do that?
so let's go into our previous board administration. Ms. Hale Miller was working to build capacity in the office and manage time and communications. And sometimes she would need a rapid response on whether you were going to do something or something like that, where she would email, and if you didn't answer the email, then she would text. And then she would call. The root causes to that were how we are planning our time. So we expect not to see so much of this in the future. But yeah, if you get three emails asking you about something in a short period of time, I'm not going to answer your email while I'm at work. Now, I may answer mine. I may answer a text if it's quick, or I may answer a phone call. But we have different modes of working on the board. Some of us have extremely flexible time because we're self-employed, or we are employed in a career that can accommodate multitasking.
Or we retired.
Or they're retired. Some are not. If Reverend is consoling a widower, I would expect him not to be doing nothing but consoling a widower. So those rapid responses for communication, that's the kind of stuff that we have seen really since Ms. Davis Brown retired.
Have you seen that in the last 2 to 3 weeks?
No,
Okay.
no, no.
On a positive, I feel like
I think things are
communication has
good.
been, I haven't really felt like any hiccups in the transition.
Yeah.
So that would be my positive. In this, I have not felt like there has been a wrinkle.
Cause I'm
In the
pushing
change.
people to get things out earlier, sooner. So you shouldn't be getting things last minute. Yeah, and I don't even know what anybody would have been emailing about in the last 2 to 3 weeks that would have, that's why I just need to know, is that past or is that present?
Training hours, they hadn't turned in their, things we were supposed to turn in.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't turned in.
Things that weren't going there.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is water under the bridge.
That's,
Yeah.
that is, and thank you to make up for getting that cleared up as fast as you did, as far as getting everyone's hours turned in and all of that, so.
I think we're putting together on the team better and more efficient processes, and
Yeah.
if you aren't experiencing that, then I just need to know.
The
I
team
think it's
has.
better.
I just want to make sure that I am as flattering as I could possibly be. Ms. Finch and Ms. Edwards have been bending over the backwards to make sure they give good customer service, that they're communicating a lot. They brought me fruit. I mean, they are, everything that they can possibly do that they think will make this work pleasant, they've been trying to do.
Yes.
So there've been lots of communication, there's been lots of email, I haven't answered all of them, but it's not been anything like, you have to answer this right now because it's on fire.
Yeah, yeah.
It's been, am I serving you well, do you have what you need? And that's
And that's
really
what,
good.
that's what you want.
Yeah.
And for me, just to say this about the past couple of weeks. So for me, the survey that came out for us to complete for today.
Oh, I deleted it 5 times.
You did?
Because
Okay.
I had no idea, I thought it was spam.
So it was spam. Well,
I thought David was
and
gonna
that's-
come and take
and
my
that's what the
computer
super-
away if I clicked on it, so I deleted it. Till 5 o'clock yesterday, and
You're in the
Kurt
room.
was
You
like,
are back there.
and Kurt said, you're supposed to do the survey. I said, what survey? And he was like, of course, I've been deleting that, because David told me not to click on anything with the red banner across the top. Or he would shut my computer down the rest of the year. I believe him.
You know he works for you, right?
He told me he would shut it down. I believe it.
But I think that I did mine on Monday or Tuesday. And yesterday it was not completed. It was not fully submitted. So Mr. Kirk sent me a text and said, hey, we're not tracking your document. Can you go back? You may have missed a button. I went back, did the button, and it still wasn't there. So last night, 9 or 10 o'clock, I got an email that I saw this morning that said, hey, you didn't complete it. Had I got a phone call or a text, I would have been able to jump on it and walk through with someone what was going on. So that's what I mean about calls and texts, because when he brought it up, I went to it. I thought it was done. But 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I wasn't checking my email today.
A little bit of uniqueness about that one, because that was a third-party piece that we didn't have internal knowledge of. So
No offense on you.
probably a generated response.
I did it at 11 o'clock last night.
That we wouldn't have been aware of.
Is it fair to close this loop by saying if it is time-sensitive text or phone call?
Yes.
If it is less time-sensitive email?
Yes.
Yes.
And use calendar invites.
Yes.
The occasional FaceTime.
And provide adequate time for the person to, like, I don't, like, I emailed you today and I need it by tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spell all this out. We'll work on this in cabinet on Monday.
So from a timing perspective, are y'all ready to close this out? Because I
think so.
I understand.
His horse is dead.
We have been communicating about communication. Too long.
I don't think we resolved anything though.
But I will say, if there's plenty of really good stuff that it sounds like you guys captured, and you've got the takeaway plus things you're already implementing, that you guys can make a lot of progress on this real quickly, and then y'all can revisit later if there are more things. But it does sound like you guys hit on some ways to be more effective and efficient, which is what you guys want. So Now, I think the social media piece, I'm gonna ask Kurt to tee that up, and then after you guys talk about the social media piece, we'll take a quick break, and then launch into the afternoon session.
It's the second page of this one.
Oh, no, I mean, I don't have anything to add to it.
Oh,
We spent so much time ad nauseum.
Has anything bad happened with you? Are we doing it? We need to talk about social media? Has anything
I
bad
think we have
happened?
to annually review it
Oh, we
by
have
our
to
own policy.
review.
Okay, so, yeah,
Looks good.
I'm with you.
I think we've been behaving, right? Has anybody had their hand slapped?
Nope. You come in the morning, all hyped up, now you,
He's very green right now.
yeah, he is.
No,
Okay,
I
move
think
forward.
I think all of us are red.
This would be my blue, like, my blue red, like, we got
We're not all that red.
David, where are you in your arrow?
I'm the feather.
Okay, getting fuzzy.
Just be direct, listen to my view, and take action. There's where I'm at right there, that's it.
I move to vote, bring it off the island.
Everybody will try to stay.
Okay, so,
Oh, that was my phase one right there.
that I basically am
I
hearing
confirmed
from everyone,
Looks good.
it's all good.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yes,
It's good. Any thoughts? All right,
Check that off.
Yeah, check it out.
all right.
Quickest agenda item ever.
Well, we just got it on the screen.
That's nice, it looks good.
Kurt's gonna make us look at it.
Looks great.
Kurt, check it off the list.
Kurt saying to follow the chain of command, when we've already decided that the chain of command for us is right to the superintendent. So,
We're good.
Fantastic. So this portion of the agenda was to review specifically your board member social media use, which is embedded in policy BH Code of Ethics. So if there are no changes recommended in this particular policy code section, then this will be considered complete. Mr. Bringman.
Yeah, and having actually stepped away from my directness and analyzed and got in the green, do we need to add something about when you put things in private social media groups, they really don't ever remain private and they're screenshot and sent to other board members saying this is what's occurring from another board member in a private group?
Well,
And that kind of violates one of the other 7? I don't know, I'm just...
it was supposed to be in the second paragraph addressing that issue. The fact that what you think you're doing privately, you're never
Yeah.
really private.
Yeah.
But if you think it should be more explicit, then I don't see why we shouldn't talk about it.
Well, and perhaps in that second paragraph, it says
Okay.
board members should strive to act in a manner that maintains professionalism in all social media settings, including
Public
private
and
and
private.
public forums, something to that effect. I mean, I think it certainly can't hurt.
You know, this is a difficult area
Yes, it is.
to enforce at any level. It's all really about your good faith effort to be mindful and to remember things as opposed to really being a hammer when it comes to what you do. So it's really about just being on the same page to say it's important and be mindful about it, but I don't think you can leverage it to you know, based on where things are with the First Amendment. It's just that's what it is. Yeah.
Right.
I think one thing that's concerning to just think about is the message board aspect. When people put messages, you know, if you have a public figure Facebook page, then you sort of are creating a public forum, and then you have you can run into challenges of how you manage the comments that are underneath your public forum. So just be aware. I mean, the city had a lawsuit about that 3 years ago. So you know, these things can get dicey when you're talking about managing comments when you open up something as a public figure.
But how does that relate to your person?
And your personal, you know, you can, in theory, the thing about all these situations are courts don't really know how to deal with these situations
Right.
because they have no roadmap.
Right.
Some judges are pretty savvy and they kind of get it, others aren't. So it's a total wild card depending on what judge you get and what they think about whether you've made it a public forum or not. It can depend on just the judge you draw. So they'll look at factors like how much you make that private site your public site, or if they clearly separated, and it's so hard because your life is combined and you're raising different things. So it's just a gray area, and just know that, you know, if somebody wants to bring a challenge about how you're handling message boards, you can find yourself in a tricky area that doesn't really have a lot of clear guidelines and would depend on the judge. So it's just wild card, really. And it really depends on like how much, in your private one, how much you are talking about school stuff that could make a judge think that now you're actually being a public person on your private site.
I'm good.
Number 7 does speak to
I was about to say that.
whether you're speaking
Yeah.
as, you know.
All right,
Okay,
I'm good.
Done.
everybody's good. All right, how about, how long for break?
Can I ask one, or just for
Yes.
one thing back on the communications, and this more, I think, goes to fellow board members. So sometimes we'll get an email that maybe 1 or 2 other board members are copied on. I mean, so we get the ones that are like the whole board, and those are usually more kind of general. But if there's it's helpful, like if Mr. Moss and I are copied on an email and you respond just to copy me, which I know in that situation you have, but I'd just like to, if the other board member that's copied on the email has responded, I just think it's helpful too, and I don't know how others feel about that. I don't need to be copied on all the reply all things by any stretch of the imagination, but
What's coming now?
if it's a direct, I just sent Stacy into, but if it's a more targeted concern that's, I don't know, does that make sense?
I don't understand what you're saying. Are you
I have no
asking, are you asking how people handle smaller group emails? Are you asking to be responded to? What are you asking?
What I'm asking is if there's an email that comes to, say, somebody who might live in District 1 but attends a school in District 4, and so it's sent to both of us.
Right.
That, and if Sean responds, just copy me so I know
Right.
he responded.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
And sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't, and others might have different preferences, but I just thought this was a good forum to see if there are
Paul, we just had that.
We just had that.
Yeah.
Saying from a
Yeah.
constituent?
Yeah, from a constituent.
Well, you just don't, you just said forward it to the superintendent.
What came with that? What's on?
We'll talk, yeah.
Well,
I
but
tried not
sometimes
to-
it may or may not be I mean, yes, if it's something that, I mean, definitely, if it's something that is, you know, pertaining to something that we need a response from district staff, then absolutely. But even in that situation, if the response is, please, have you consulted with your school's principal?
Yeah.
Just to know that there's no.
I think the bigger, we haven't talked about this in a while, but somehow this conversation is familiar. I think the issue is, do you give the district representative representing the area from which you have the issue the courtesy of notifying them?
Which I
about
try
a
to do if I
correspondence?
get correspondence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think part of the question is, do you, as a courtesy, as a board member, if you receive a concern from a constituent not in your district, do you communicate forward, share it with the district representative for that area? Either the concern, because I don't get these often, but I will sometimes get a concern from another district. Do you forward that? Or, which I think the answer is, I think the answer is yes. Then the other thing is, if you answer a concern on which another district representative is notified, do you copy them? And you're asking, yes, that you do copy them on any response.
Yes.
So I think that's just our board, does that fall under our board norms?
I
Yeah.
failed to do that.
I feel that I get a lot of calls, sometimes from District 2, sometimes from District 8. And I don't even begin to think about settling whatever it is. I forward either of you and let you go from there. I don't even send it to the superintendent. I send it to you, and then you can get it to the superintendent. But I think that should be something that everybody, that everybody does. Don't solve a problem for District 3 without you knowing what it is. solve it, let me know, you can solve it. But let me know you're solving it.
Well, I struggled when I first got on the board because I came from the district. And I knew a lot of the answers to the questions, but I had to just forget about that and just forward it on to the superintendent. And I knew who else to ask, you know, well, that's a mistake of living question, that's a BBO question, that's, you know, but I had to really rethink and retrain myself because half the times you know the answers, but you don't want to give them the answer because, you know, out of not taking over the people.
And the complaints I get about this report, I just,
She always coming after you. I don't know what she did to Connie, she always coming after you.
Where am I on my arrow right now?
All right,
Stage 3 counselor.
I think we can at least wrap up. We'll wrap up for now, the communication piece, you guys can take, let's take 10 minutes. Some of these things I think will play until tomorrow as well, and some of the work, so a lot of the conversations you're having today, I think you're gonna start seeing some of the things emerge into the strategic planning piece tomorrow as well. So let's just take 10 minutes, and then we'll come back.
right, but
Y'all know this because this is your world around policy and language and documents that loses the essence, right? Like that's all necessary, that's important. We're talking about grammar, we're talking about emotion, we're talking about. So that's what we're looking for, okay? All right, go ahead and start, brainstorm, I'll walk around and check. How much time do we have? I don't know, I want to give you like 15 minutes, which is fast. But I think y'all are smart, I think you feel. All right, so headline, 2026.
Oh, that's.
Don't get that on your phone.
too much.
Was that her?
Oh, yeah, that might be, I'm gonna stick with things right here. So let's just start with like brainstorming, I guess, that words that might be in here, I mean, we can put them together.
But not around the not on the street.
Even more.
So that's what I just said.
This is the headline.
I just said, things that came very. But I like that. Yeah.
Extraordinary. Furby cat one. Furries or furbies? Furbies. Oh, furries. Who's a furry? Something like that. Another 100% graduation. That's what they expected. Board administrative team now works in Tent City in Huntington Island. One with shade under bridge. Remember when you said the other day, or something like Georgia, you saw the Georgia has it's gonna be something like SCC, something like that. Extraordinary success. It's not. I guess that's what it goes over and does well or something. Something about. And then. Okay. I'm probably been a Christian. So I just have folks who recognize it yet again. Way forward. Yet again, highs are very, very easy. I mean, it's extraordinary. You can shoot for the stars. Again, the highest performing district.
I like
I think 3 and Finland is friendly.
I'm just writing
Totally insane. Strand. No. As you told me.
Now, what part of that?
Well, if you go to one of those, crime and criminal, look it up.
Yeah.
In the country's from.
Subheading was.
I was going to
You sound like Ukrainian. Maybe the kids are involved in something, but others are hurt. Look at the murder rate that you get. What's up with the stank eye over there? I mean, yeah, it's just crime is.
Something about student future ready. That's future ready. College career ready. I like future ready.
Cracking down on them.
Graduation rate is already at 90, and we're not graduating out of companies future ready right now. So I don't want, it's gotta be more than just graduation rate. That's why I'm saying future ready, it's like, they're ready to go to the next college, career, military.
So they're connected to you.
All great bands
I just think, you know, they run things. I'm sure they run things on the ground.
Expectation, student strength, expectation.
They're involved in such No, it's true.
Yeah, we got, I'm just writing down, I'm just writing down.
Road church.
Yeah.
Where they bring in
No, that was
About all students.
There's some Methodists too.
Receive academic
Kind of anti-flash Protestant dynamic going on.
It is a, you say,
Methodist.
competency with a question, 100%.
The Baptist church across the street from us. You can't look. Absolutely. You're very free.
That's what I'm doing.
Well, Center Baptist, they just don't support you have a good reform.
Oh, terrible.
You can't line with organizations. Every grade. He gave it all, he gave it to government. You have to let Rick Zorn about that. The purpose is to not just on I think The Purpose-Driven Life is probably one of the top 5 best-selling books in the last 30 years.
Yes. That would be that's a full details.
Say it one more time so we don't forget it.
So they use cutting edge innovation to.
I don't see pictures. I don't see pictures. Sure they draw that photo.
The leadership from this all Richard
I will put that on there. Y'all don't put my name. I'm not gonna be implicated with this. No, let's say teamwork made the dream work.
Yeah, so, okay.
Well, you look at that.
We're still working on the subheading. How about for the subheading, the same
And it's just stating.
All right, I got it.
That fits.
Okay.
Investing class.
Who says that?
Yeah.
Who says that?
It's kept moving.
No, student achievement. Student,
But it's sustainable, as long as they identify something good. GMAT will soar.
Okay, okay.
What if we just say student achievement instead of trying to put a name to it?
All right, you guys maybe a few more minutes.
Yeah,
whoa.
okay. Student achievement.
We're gonna come in here.
Anywhere from here, thanks to.
Student achievement beats the odds.
Here. Thanks.
Student achievement. Yes.
That's also.
I need some motivation.
You want to report?
Oh, great.
Breaks the ceiling. Here's the floor.
You don't have to read that, that's just
Trying to tell you something. Trying to tell you something. Especially if you're having a relative working abroad. That, yeah, okay.
At all levels. Are you guys ready? Okay,
Not me.
That's cute.
give me the nod when you're ready, and then who's
Do we have another one?
And then also, every sports board needs a state championship.
All student athletes graduated from.
Next time.
You're asking what
Scenarios.
One of the nice parts of that, you and Mr. Milan.
100%.
Ready to go, I'm ready to do Shake-Up singing. We do 2 days of Shake-Up singing. Looking for new recruits. I'm just interested in reading that. I gotta get Roger out there, running Shake that singing.
If that happens.
Oh.
That can't be the end all. I love it.
No,
but
it's
our
such a
biggest
good
challenge.
beginning.
It is.
Parent satisfaction at the highest level.
Yes.
We don't have the
Parents stay.
So, neutralize the threat? Not yet. That's why we have new weapons detection systems. Former board members on. He sold his house for 13 times his value.
46 ready, huh?
Heard
Wallace approved it.
We finally got our stuff in too.
What's the?
Taking the photo.
Taking part of that quote.
Teacher and bus driver retention.
Stop me then.
Are prepared. Satisfaction surveys at highest levels ever or something. Yeah,
Well, I got satisfaction because we can just say teachers, something about retention.
Retention at highest level. Teaching staff.
I love wordy.
Yeah, I know.
Wordy.
Yeah, she is.
Like that adjectives.
Are we the last group? No, we're not. Okay. Are we the last?
She likes it.
You know what?
I had some friends a couple years ago, same thing happened. And they were up there,
We're ready to hear quotes.
Thank you. That's the quote at the end, the bus drivers?
No.
Oh, I'm not doing that.
That's serious.
We're just like taking out my dream work. Yeah, we're doing all this, that's
That's important.
All right, it sounds like
So the quicker you get that, oh yeah, because all the fluids.
Here's the flow. Here's our flow.
All right. Mr. Monson, I think I'm gonna hand the mic to you. Oh, man. You can go first.
Okay, all right.
No,
So our overall brand is innovative, cutting edge, progressive. Our headline, world-class education leads to choice-filled lives.
That's already trademarked.
Our elements, they graduated college, international grand achievement, our graduates solve global problems with all-inclusive disciplines. The story, SCCPSS alum generates entrepreneurial solution to sea level rise in Venice.
In Venice?
Yes.
That sounds like, you know,
Yes. Yes. They use cutting edge innovation to protect Venice and save the city from pollution. Okay, the quote, head of the UN says of Savannah, you can get anywhere from here thanks to SCCPS.
Like that's the second trademark violation.
Pretty sure that's been saved before.
Actually, it's fair use, so you're good.
It's fair use. Okay.
You guys.
Who's?
Okay.
Well done.
No,
Come on, Ms. Hall. He knows.
Our headline reads, extraordinary results, SCCPSS, highest performing school district in the country again. Our subheading, world-class performance at all levels, GMAT scores soar, all student athletes graduate with honors, 100% of students score proficient in reading and math, parent satisfaction at an all-time high, teachers and staff retention rates top national rates. And then our ending quote was, teamwork makes the dream work, together we can, together we did.
We actually were trying to sell these papers.
The digital version.
Sticking with branding, the mighty oak continues to grow and thrive was our big 25 headline. Subheading, SCCPSS develops strong roots, growing vibrant lives for students. Again, sticking with branding. Some of our bullet points in that article would have been all 3- and 4-year-olds enrolled in early education programs. Innovative programs continue to outpace industry standards. All students performing at proficiency or at proficient level or higher. And then a couple of our quotes from a pre-K parent. My Little Acorn loves the individual instruction and attention that they receive in their neighborhood school from a business partner. The SCCPSS students that we employ continue to outperform their peers from other districts. And finally, as a teacher, I feel supported at every level across the district.
Wow.
Tanya and Denise, well done.
That was some good shade right there.
Oh, that wasn't shade, that was a statement of fact.
Oh my God.
Okay. You guys did an excellent job. The energy, did you feel the energy in the room? Yeah. It completely changed. That's what happens when you get excitement and passion. I love it. So here's what I want to do. We're going to just really rapid fire because we don't have a whole lot of time. And I want to keep going. So what were the themes? Just give me one word themes that you heard.
High performance.
High performance.
That's two words.
Okay. What else?
Competitive nationally and internationally.
Yes.
Wait, will you say that again?
Competitive nationally and internationally.
Both, okay.
High job satisfaction.
Innovation.
Accountability.
Accountability. No.
Okay. Did you capture the stakeholder involvement?
Yes.
I don't see it up there. Okay.
We have like a family and business support and satisfaction. That's not really
Community
the right word.
engagement.
Yeah, but community engagement didn't necessarily always.
Community satisfaction, I mean, it's just community satisfaction. I mean, it's just the whole culture. Buy-in.
Well, but
Yeah, I think it's.
it was more like,
Are you looking for the word engagement? Because engagement is a little different than involvement.
Yes.
Like
well, but,
engagement's
like we had something like where we had industry leaders, like really, like our students are performing what industry leaders are looking for. Kind of the business side of, I think somebody else said that too.
Prepared for future?
Maybe it's in there.
There was a theme around prepared for the future, right? And kind of all of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Problem solvers.
Okay. We have high performance, national and international, high job satisfaction, innovation, I heard cutting edge, so we'll do. Accountability, stakeholder involvement, and prepared for the future. When you talk about accountability, that's such a working word. So what,
We set high goals and then we
deliver.
we operationalize, execute, and deliver.
you, okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Somebody write that down.
Rewind the tape.
Operationalize, execute, and deliver.
I like that.
The main word is operationalize, that's what we really do.
Yeah, there was something, it was very results oriented.
Yeah, results oriented.
But there was something, there was a vibe there about kind of like real results, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Measurable results.
But, so this is a perfect exercise right here, and just.
Right there.
The word accountability, this is how we think, right? And the difference
Yes.
operate, we execute, we deliver.
I love that.
So we're looking for that kind of language.
I love
That's
that
what
kind
we
of
want with the
language,
brand, right? Okay, perfect. So, we don't have time to do this today, but all I want to know is, out of these, because I think this is going to be, we're going to keep going with this, but out of these, do they represent the brand as it is currently? Do you feel this punch?
Mixed.
It's in some
Mixed.
areas,
Mixed.
not 100%.
No.
Do you want to just rattle off, which ones do you feel like you've got in place today a little bit?
We're such a broad and diverse district in terms of everything. We do all of that in some parts of the district, and we strive for it in others.
We have
But
4 or
as a
5
district,
schools
no.
we could name right from that, doing that right now. We have 4 or 5 that we've never been able to do that.
Right. So from a whole brand perspective, the
Yes.
goal here is the whole brand
Yes.
would be doing this.
Yes.
Okay.
The district being the brand, the whole brand is doing it, but it's not permeating every corner of every facility of the district. Because brand is what you say your identity is, but that's the overarching, that's the identity.
Right.
But then how well you execute it in an applied way, that doesn't mean it's not your brand, it just means you're not being successful, it's not permeating anything.
Right. So where we are right now is more just, is talking about the essence of the brand. That's all I was trying to do between current and future. What's the essence? So I was looking for those kind of descriptive words, right? That describe the feeling that the brand conveys.
So I think it conveys confidence. I think the district is a confident, I think we are confident, assertive district that understands its role in the community.
Well, and I think hearing you, to me, what I hear you saying is our internal perception of our brand.
Right.
And versus what's our external perception of the brand from those looking.
Because when I think about brand, so I think about what you experience, like Chick-fil-A has a brand, Mercedes has a brand. It doesn't matter what Mercedes or Chick-fil-A you go into in the whole world. You walk in, there's a certain feeling that you get, there's an experience that you get. It exudes it from morning to night. That's what I think about when I think about brands. Any Chick-fil-A I go to, I'm going to hear my pleasure.
Right.
Yeah.
See, but we have so many constraints on us as a public institution versus a private one. We don't have the luxury of being able to, I can tell you your nuggets are going to be the same whether you're on Abercorn or Victory, but we're dealing with people. And you're not going to get that. Dr. Levette would often say, we don't make Bluebell ice cream where all of them are going to taste and be the same. So that's a problem, Dr. Watts, with our branding, that we're dealing with people, not just people, but parents and children. And we're public, so we can't do things that a private institution can do. We can't do some of the things that
Wouldn't we want every kid, every parent to experience that when they walk into a school? Wouldn't we want them to experience these things, a high performance?
Yes, it would be wonderful if we could walk into a classroom at, let's say, Jacob G. Smith and see the same learning experiences going on there that we see when we walk into Hodge. Why don't we?
Right, that's what I'm.
And that's our
consistency.
That's the consistency we have. That's why Chick-fil-A can do that, because it has total control over, whatever the nuggets are fried in. But we cannot, we don't have that control over the circumstances that we're dealing with.
Okay, so when I look at this exercise, I look at this as more aspirational than exactly what's going on today. This is who we want, I think we need to set who we want to be. And if we want, if our brand is high performance, if our brand is operational, what's that next word?
Execute.
Execute and deliverable, you know, if that is who we want to be, you know, so I'm gonna go back to the Chick-fil-A. So if you were to purchase a Chick-fil-A franchise, as a Chick-fil-A franchisee, no matter what neighborhood you're in, there are certain things that you have to do that makes Chick-fil-A consistent.
That's right.
And they will yank your franchise if you don't have, if everyone's not, you know, saying my pleasure, if everyone's not giving the best, you know, customer service, if everyone's chicken sandwich doesn't come out great, we'll pull that. So if, again, aspirational, but I think I'm gonna push back on whether we can do it or not. I think we can. If we were to look at our school system and say, this is, you know, all of our schools are going to be high performing, and as Dr. Watts constantly says, together we can. So together we can means that everyone in the community also understands that. Then, so you have community support as well as what we're bringing to the table. I think when we put that brand out to the community and say, this is who we are, and this is our brand, this is our vision, these are our values, come along with us, I believe we can.
But Roger, these are the same goals and aspirations I had when I came on in 2012. And this is 2023, and we have not been able to achieve it. I've had these
And yet there are school systems that have, there are schools that have the same demographics as we have in our system that are able to do it. So I'm not, let me finish. So I don't want to, well, one of the reasons, you know, I wanted to do this exercise is when I started, Dr. Hoskins Brown did tell me that I was an eternal idealist. I am.
Me too.
Okay. I don't want us to go into this jaded by, well, we wanted to do that before and we never made it.
No.
Let me finish.
Oh, okay.
What I want us to go into is, what does it take for that to happen? And part of what it takes for that to happen, Dr. Watts is already addressing really well, is it takes Together We Can. It takes bringing the community along, bringing the business community, bringing all of these assets together to do it. We can't do it alone. But if we have that kind of support, I believe we can, and I believe that everyone in this room believes we can. Yes, we have challenges at every school. So how do we meet those challenges? When we had the principal from Otis Brock come to us last year, and we asked her, what do you need? And she told us, if I had this, we could do better. Our job is to make sure she has that. So, you know, I'm not giving up, and I believe we can.
So, no, I totally appreciate this conversation, and I'll say this, it's always kind of a hard one, because as far as we are trying to focus on aspirational in the future, and kind of like nothing's holding us back. It is always challenging not to kind of bring in the past or the history or how well are we delivering, right? But that will come. But what we really want to do is get from all of you what's possible, even if it feels impossible. But really, what is that future focus? What is that aspirational? Because then the more, and there's a number of different exercises you guys are going to do that are going to kind of flesh this out. Then you can look at what are the gaps between where we are now and where we're trying to go. And then that can drive a number of different things.
Well, let me ask you a question. Well, Dion, if we were a group of executives at a corporation and we were trying to, get a product out, wouldn't that conversation be very different from the one with us where our delivery, when we say we're going to deliver, we're talking about humans as opposed to a product, as opposed to Gulfstream. If you were talking to Gulfstream now, we're going to get the best and the doables, the operationalizing of that is so very different from what we're involved with.
Yeah, when it comes to brand identity and all of that, I don't really think it would be much different. When you get into
You don't think the
business
variables
model,
will be very different? The variables between what we're trying to do to get all of our kids proficient?
Not
The
to come up
difference
with a
is
brand. Not for the brand.
or just the brand. I mean, yeah, if we're going to just talk about what the brand is and have this wonderful brand, but we know that underneath, that's not what's really occurring.
so that conversation, I think, starts to happen in the strategic plan and the priorities and what are the initiatives that bring the brand to life. I know you've been wanting to say something, Sister Jim.
Thank you. I think kind of the difference is that those things on the piece of paper there represent our brand values.
Yeah,
Those are the things that we, as I see it, those are the values that we want to bring forward. Our purpose is obvious, excellent public education for all of our young people. Our challenge is the vision that Roger wants to see, and that is the consistency. We want that for everybody. Well, here's the problem. Everybody don't want it for everybody. Everybody in the community is not committed to this being for everybody. Some people in the community, and I'm not trying to demonize anyone, I'm just saying as long as it's happening at their school, in their community, for their family, they're pretty satisfied. We rarely have parents come to the meeting and say, I abhor the conditions that are at the school that my child is not going to. We don't get that. We get people coming to the meeting talking about the schools that they experience. If we are, as long as we are providing that consistency at their level of experience, they're cool. The millage rate is fine right there. Our challenge is we're trying to create all of those values for every single family. And that is what I'm hearing is the vision, is that we're doing it for everyone, high levels for everyone, and that is very difficult because there's inequities. There's some people who need more, who need less, who need a different kind of teacher, who need this, this kind of facility. That, I think, is the challenge, is we're not meeting our vision, not rather that we shouldn't have the vision for consistency. When we had a similar discussion about buses and transportation years ago, some of us got tired of hearing we didn't have enough buses. We just said, just tell us what the buses cost. Tell us what they cost, and let's find a way to buy the buses. And we did that. So I don't know what consistency costs, but I'm not saying that, I believe we too can have consistency, but I know we can't do it on the budget that we currently have, and we can't do it on the protocols we currently have. We have to figure out what does it take to be all those things to everyone and write that check.
It's out of curiosity, I love the word consistency, but in my mind, I think that another word that we need to be thinking about is training. Because when we think about, if we go back to the conversation of Chick-fil-A, right? Chick-fil-A has what they have and they do what they do because of training, not because of consistency. You have to be trained, then you have to be able to follow the consistency.
That's a strategy to get to your vision.
Exactly. So the question that I want to lift up is, are we training across the board? Is there a connection? Is there a teacher training program that's actually successful, that these seasoned teachers that's at these strong schools, are they going to teach and to train other teachers at lower performing schools? Now, I do understand that it's not a one-size-fits-all situation, but if we're training them, I imagine that they could tweak it to fit the schools that they're in, and then we can start seeing consistency from the top down to the bottom. I hope that makes some type of sense.
It does, but I will say this, sometimes school performance is not because of the teaching that's happening in the school. Some kids, my kids for example, some of your kids for example, they come to school on grade level. They were born on, my son was born on grade level. I was reading him before he even was conceived, right? The teachers are just, I'm seriously, like, I've been read to since I was conceived, right? So I think sometimes, and you have to be careful with this because it could suggest that teachers at lower performing schools are not good, when in fact, that is where I have seen some of the best teaching happening, because they're dealing with a whole lot of other variables, challenges, and issues, whereas at a school over here, they're getting a classroom full of kids that woke up ready to learn, and in some cases, came to school on grade level.
I can agree with that. So that would mean that it cancels, that consistency is not the issue. Neither is the issue training. It's a totally different issue.
I'm not saying training is not a part of it. I'm just saying we gotta be careful about the assumption that if you're at a high performing school, you're a great teacher.
Yeah.
Amen. Well, if we pull back, because now we're starting to dig into strategies, and I think we need to stay up at our vision and really be on the same page of, because their training is a strategy.
It is a piece of it.
You know, teacher or staff, if you're happy at your work, whatever. Culture, you know, there's lots of things, but I think if we're all committed to this as a vision, that's the important part, and then we can look to Dr. Watts and her team to articulate the strategies. And Connie, going back to your example of looking at a Gulfstream. Gulfstream might be like, we are going to deliver the best jets in the world. They might face a worker shortage. They are, you know, like every industry. So how do we adapt? How do we adjust? And I think that's because every business has, even if they're making widgets, they still have people that are behind the widgets. So yes, the people are variable, but that's where we have to be innovative, I think, in looking at what are the strategies that we are carrying forward and how do we deploy those strategies differently in different schools because of inequities in different situations to be able to get to the level of consistency across the district.
So, yeah, just one more comment because, right.
So on the high level thing, I think our brand is highly tarnished.
Yeah.
The reality is we are in the bottom quarter of rankings in a state that is in the bottom half in the country. And whether the ratings are, whether we think those measurements are fair or not, the public looks at those measurements. The General Assembly looks at those measurements. And so whether we think the metrics are fair or not, that's what people look at. I think we have schools who meet every one of those metrics on there. We have whole schools, we have programs within schools, we have best high schools in the country, #1 STEM middle school in the country, championship sports teams, best CTAE programs in the state. We have highlights that are nation leading. A lot of our brand, though, a lot of that doesn't get out on a systemic level. So there's a reason realtors tell people you need to go to private school or I'm going to take you to Bryan County or Effingham County. Right. Some of that is systemic. Some of that is they went to a parochial or private school in this county, their family did that, that's just what their family does. Or they experienced a really bad elementary experience and so they just went private and never came back to middle or high school. But there's also a reason lots of private school families try to get into one of the best high schools in the state. That there's a reason that happens. That high school has a good reputation. There's a reason private school families leave and try to get into certain choice programs in our district. And so some of the brand tarnishment is unfair. It's systemic, it's a perpetuation without investigation, if that makes sense. I tell every family that comes here, listen to what your friends and neighbors say, but then go to your neighborhood school for yourself. They'll give you a tour, they'll answer your questions, because that's what happened to me when we moved here. Our realtor said, oh, you got to go to private school. And I'm like, I'm cheap. I want to go look at the public school first. And I'm like, this is great, you know, so, but our big picture, business community, when we take them on tours of all the programs we offer, they're like, holy cow, this is awesome. But until you show it to them, I have friends who've been here 30 years. They're like, I didn't know all this was going on at Woodville or Savannah High or Windsor. And when you tell them about all of the public-private partnerships we have with local businesses, and we're teaching real skills and they're graduating with certificates, they don't know that stuff. And suddenly you change one person at a time, and now they're out in the community helping change our brand. But the vast majority of our brand is still highly tarnished, I think. We need to change that by constantly publicizing successes. But at the end of the day, I don't care if we think GMAS is flawed, if College Career Ready Index is flawed. That's how we get measured. We got to play the game, or we change the game. We lobby up in Atlanta, but you know, at the end of the day, and we get lots of people who come to our board meetings and advocate for schools other than their own. We have a bunch of people who've never had kids in the district who are coming telling us, you know, rightly or wrongly, the intent is, hey, we think the district as a whole can do better. So I'm not down on the district. I'm just stating the reality is our ratings are not good holistically. You know, when you add it all together, when you break us down into component pieces, we have some A+ programs in schools, but all together, you know, it's much, the sum of the parts is an issue.
I won't be long, because you know, my era is long, I sit and I don't say much. So, and then by the time everybody else talks, you know, it's like, let's go move on with it now. I just like to say this too, I'm Dr. Watts. I'm not sure if you realize this, but Chatham County has more private schools than any county in the state of Georgia. There's over 30 private schools, and I found this out when I was Title I program manager for private schools. So that has a lot to do also with data and with the perception as well, just as you mentioned, being systemic.
Thank you.
Real quick, so I can say this on the record, not all realtors say to go to private school, but it is one of those things. There is one thing is that a lot of the realtors don't know the programs that we do have in the school. Kind of like what Sean was saying with the business community. Realtors don't know that all the programs we have at Savannah High, at Woodville, at Jenkins, at every single one of our high schools, at our middle schools, and even down to elementary and K-8s. They don't understand how it works, so they say, just go to private school because that's, like Sean said, that's where they went. And they still have the idea of what it was and not what it is. And so if we can, like Sean said, like if we can change 1, 2, 3 at a time, you know, it will take time, but we can change the brand and the image of it.
Okay, so this is one of the challenges with having conversations about brand, but everything that you all said is like totally relevant, and it also falls into your strategic plan, your priorities, public relations, like, I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff here that's a little bit further than what we were trying to do kind of with this brand identity and staying kind of with the brand identity. Like, there's literally like 6 exercises that I just wanted you guys to stay with from a future perspective. It is very difficult to do, right? So that's why I wanted you guys to keep talking, because what you're saying is these are all real and relevant. They're going to feed into your conversations tomorrow. But a lot of those were your challenges, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, what are your challenges, you know, your opportunities and threats. So that's part of that strategic planning exercise. I might push back a little bit. These are your values or even part of your vision, I think you all still need to spend some time talking about those things. Well, all I tried to capture were the themes and the words that you said that were attributes. These were just words we said. So I would like, and I'm going to pause here for a second, for you all to do some work on, again, aspirational and future focused, why you exist, the vision and the values. However, at the same time, it's a time check, because right now at 3:30 we have you presenting your piece. So I had talked to Kurt too, that maybe we can find some time tomorrow to continue on the brand stuff. But this is where I just want to check in with you guys and say, do you want to keep going on the brand? Do we want to pause here for you to?
It's the will of the board.
I'd like, if we could finish this tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think she needs the chance.
I think, so yes, and I'll be happy to go ahead and go, but I would like some more. I was really looking forward to this part of the conversation today. This is probably the thing I was the most excited about of all the things that we're doing over both days. Because for me, once we define what we want for every single kid, when we hand them that diploma, we're handing them you've heard me refer to it as a passport to the future, but it should be something that we are guaranteeing them. When we hand them that diploma, it's like a guarantee, it's a certificate that we have created in a student the readiness to be successful in the world. And I need to know that, because that will then drive all other aspects of how we operate in the district. And without that, all I have is a vision and mission that's not incredibly clear.
No.
Right? It helps operationalize every single thing that we do. We're going to talk about facilities tomorrow. Currently, facilities is like the headline for everything, but we don't talk about if this is what we want for every kid, how should we be building buildings?
Right.
If we want every kid to be future ready, what should be in a building to make sure that it's future ready? If we want every kid to have X thing, what should every teacher in the district have as fundamental as a part of their classroom instruction every day? So I'm just saying, this was the part that I needed the most.
Is it possible maybe that we start the day tomorrow with your update? So that while we're on this track, we can continue in this vein, or is it important that you give your update to close out today?
I can do my update anytime. This can be done anytime. I want to spend more time on this, and maybe it's an individual call. Maybe I can pull 2 to 3 board members together at a time and continue to have this conversation with you all. But this, to me, is the destination.
What if,
I can give you the roadmap for how to get there, but I need you to tell me where we're going.
Well, I think it needs to be a group discussion, because individual meetings about brand can go in all kinds of different directions. And
so how about this? Can I make this recommendation? We go ahead, because I think you're right. I don't want to keep going, mainly it's the end of the day. And, I think if we start with this tomorrow and we play with the agenda a little bit and we come back with, that fresh energy, it's hard to do this kind of stuff at the end of the day. Is that okay?
Can I maybe think of another question to ask? Maybe you can go home and think about it tonight. What would be the profile of a graduate? If you had, a kid with his or her cap and gown on, what would be the words you would write around that child that when you hand them that diploma, that kid is also possessing those characteristics, traits, or skills?
Didn't you?
Is that kid technologically savvy? Is that kid, the conversation we had this morning around social emotional intelligence, does that kid have those soft skills to be supportive or to interact beyond an academic area? I don't know if that's another way to ask it.
Isn't it the phrase that we've all stolen from you? Choice-filled life?
well, that's kind of what we were we did not go the same direction as the other groups, but we were really trying to be imaginative of what we thought any graduate should be able to achieve. They ought to be able to contribute to the solution of a world problem using the preparation they got here. And we assumed that our graduate was gonna go to college and that they finished college, but that was where we were going. We were thinking very aspirationally of what we felt. Someone from Savannah should be able to achieve that. It should not be something we wouldn't conceive of. I really want to give the superintendent what she needs, and I also want to ask a question about the tools that we can use to do that. In discussing the brand, I just personally feel like it needs to be a group discussion so we can kind of winnow things away. But I wonder if we can't have everybody take home a couple of Post-it notes and write down those characteristics that you want to be in the profile and bring it back to go on a sheet, or whether we develop a Jamboard. Like, is there some tool that we can use that would give her what she needs in a recorded way that doesn't reorganize tomorrow's time, but gives her the information?
I don't have that platform on me. Like, I hear what you're saying, like Windows Jam, like, I don't have that.
And we could do like a quick Survey Monkey and at least capture it that way and like a.
Well, I mean, the Jamboard is a cool product. So I think Teams has whiteboards, and I think Outlook has something else. I don't know what the Outlook version is. But whether it's writing it actually on Post-it notes and putting a Post-it note on the wall, and when you come in tomorrow morning for coffee, put those there.
So what we could do then, now that I'm thinking about what you're saying is, so if everybody could just take home a sticky note and jot down 5 or 6 things, right? Just whatever comes to your mind. Tomorrow we can get in small groups, discuss with the small group, come up with the 3 highlights that you and your small group have in common. And then we could just do like a dot protocol. We could do a gallery walk around the room, and everybody's got 3 dots, and you gotta put you gotta spin your 3 dots on the top 3 that you think are the big ones, right? And then I have those, then we can quickly at a glance stand back and see, oh, this is where there's energy because there's a lot of dots. There's no energy over here because there are no dots over here.
Yes, we can absolutely do that. So to be specific, what you are asking for people to write down the attributes of.
It's just another way of asking that question. It
But
may help.
a kid receiving, yeah. Let's tee you up. If you guys want to take like 3 or 4 minutes, let me think about how we might set up for tomorrow, and then we'll tee you up to do your presentation.
Isn't this a segue into tomorrow afternoon, the strategic plan?
Yes, actually it is.
It is.
It was meant to be, yes.
So we could pick this up, move strategic plan in the morning, pick this up in the morning, and then do the facilities in the afternoon.
Yes. That's perfect.
Is that an option?
Sounds good to me.
Vanessa, is that an option?
Vanessa said no, never mind. She don't want to be the she don't want to go after lunch.
Yeah, we were at the end last time.
Absolutely.
And I'm happy to go at the very end tomorrow. And my thing, there's no reason why my thing has to go today, is it?
Because I think all of us are tired.
No, this is a flexible agenda.
No, we really need to go today.
Yeah, I think people are full today to the brim.
So we're coming to a close.
I personally think that, but I don't
We're
know.
20 minutes before 4 o'clock. Now, here's one challenge. If this brand discussion continues in the morning and leads into strategic plan, then we have the facility component to talk about, which is a big discussion point as well. And there's also the land aspect the board asks that we review with them. The superintendent's update may still struggle at hitting your your attention span at 5 o'clock on Friday.
I could send my update out in the weekly bulletin, it just won't have a discussion.
No, we want to hear.
Stay over. Roland Island Camp.
Why don't we just do it?
Let's just do it.
Do it.
Yeah, let's skip the break and just do it.
Take a break, oh, skip.
Let's skip the break. Head, if we skip the break around here a little bit.
Do it.
I can walk back there. I don't know what's going on.
I just wanna do what
We'll
everybody.
leave y'all for like 20 minutes. Hey,
Not my pal.
We already won one.
All right, sir, so we'll close out. You want to take a break or right at your
Okay, so guys, do you want to take a break or do you want to hear?
I'm about to say have a routine or something.
Give them 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes and we'll continue on the path forward. As you know, I am on a 100-day entry plan journey. And on any given day, there are a lot of things that might be scary a lot of those days to know what is happening in my head as I try to map my own journey forward. So over the weekend, the latter part of last week, I started putting a timeline together so that I could be clearer with the team, clearer with the public, clearer with you all around what is actually happening over those 100 days in the increments of 25 days each moving forward. And just grounding us in this idea here is that very much of what I am doing right now is learning from the past. And I always appreciate Dr. Hoskins Brown and Sean Cashmar because they always give me the history. I need to understand why we are where we are because that guides me into the future. So learning from the past, building from the momentum of the past, acknowledging celebrations in the past, because the good things that are in the past, I want to make sure we keep doing those things. I don't want to mess with those things. That's the DNA of this district and I value it and appreciate it. At the same time that I'm learning from the past, I'm also watching the present. The organization continues to move each and every day. There are things happening that have to be solved for. Issues pop up. School doesn't have power. So we're still, legal issues. We're still in operation on a day-to-day basis. So that has to happen. And by the way, in this present, we have kids in school, 35,000 kids in school right now that we have to be attentive to as well. And then where we want to go is to begin to be future facing. That's what this activity was really based on. If you all can tell me what the future should look like, then I can then backwards map us to get there. So creating the future is the third part. So just to kind of give you an idea of where this timeline of 100 days is. So I'm operationalizing so I can execute and deliver what I said I would when I came here. So last Friday, the first 25 days was over and I started sweating. I was like, oh gosh, we got 75 more days to go. I got to figure this out. I've learned a lot in the first 25 days in the job. We are now into what I'm referring to as officially phase 1. Our school is open. Now I can get back into the entry plan orientation. That orientation will continue all the way through, as you can see, the last 100 days. The last of the 100 days is November 30th. And for those people who want to check me on that, just know that I'm not counting weekends or holidays. 100 business days.
That's new.
100 business days, okay? And then there is a phase 4 that we will go into, and phase 4 is not a part of the 100 days, but it is the part in which I hope to be reporting out to you all what I learned, the community what I learned, the media what I learned, and potentially some recommendations around how we move forward. So that's what's going to be happening right before we get out for winter break. So I'm also super excited. I'm not doing this work on my own. Of course, the cabinet is a big part of this entry plan and transition phase, but I also have a group of 18 community members. Yesterday we had our second meeting, and you all, they have been fabulous. The board recommended, each of you recommended 1 or 2 names. I have representation from all of you with that group. And even feedback they gave me as recent as yesterday is helping me dodge some landmines that I would have gone into not even knowing that it was a landmine. They're like, wait, I don't think you should do that. Or you might want to give some thought to that. So if any of them are watching or listening, I want to say thank you. But this group is made up of district partners, agencies, staff, parents. It's a conglomeration of a variety of stakeholders. So just to kind of walk you into what I would expect to be happening across the next 100 days, and none of these should be a surprise. Obviously, I'm executing on the plan. There are informal departmental deep dives happening, observations, listening and learning, asset mapping the community. A big part of what I'm starting to move into, even as recent as yesterday, is beginning to energize and interact with the second tier of staff. I spent a lot of time out in the community shaking hands, a lot, and not so much interacting internally with people. So yesterday I got out in 208, started walking the building, attended Bernadette's meeting with her team yesterday. So, because I've got to start energizing the rest of the community or the rest of the staff and helping them understand where my headspace is and where I need them to go. And most importantly, building a culture and a team orientation that can advance the work. And I feel pretty strongly that I can do that, and that's what I'm in the midst of doing now. Of course, we're resolving the most acute issues that are popping up. I spent some time with legal and facilities, talking about some acute issues that we're going to get wrapped up here pretty soon. Making some minor adjustments, not too many big things. I keep saying in public forums, I can't come in and have a whole plan now, because if I had a whole plan after 25 days, you should be worried. I don't know enough to have a whole plan. So right now I'm just moving in incremental small steps. And then obviously making a strong focus on the efficiency and the effectiveness of the right here and now and how we support our schools and district office. Over the next 25 days, here are my leadership actions. I will be bringing to you in the next 30 days a recommendation to hire a deputy of strategy, innovation, and performance. That is an open invitation. I have invited any cabinet and anyone in the district to apply for that job, but it will also be a national search. Here is the whole point of that position: to pull us out of the day-to-day and to get us future focused, to get us thinking about coherence, strategy. When we say we're going to do something, how do we map a metric back to it? So that when you ask me, how did we do on that, we started with a metric that we can actually measure at the end of the day to say we accomplished it or not. Someone who can get coherence across our departments so that when we're talking about building buildings, the academic piece is at the table as well, and we're operating with coherence, again, to get us out of the day-to-day and to get us future-facing. Hope to have that person on board by the end of September. At the same time, I am continuing to do deep dives into the org chart, looking at improved efficiencies. One, I think it's okay for me to say, we've cut a couple of positions from my office, right? That if things keep happening the way they're happening, I don't intend to hire back for those particular positions. So we will continue to look for places where we can be budget neutral and have efficiency without necessarily adding people to the work. And I have shared with staff just to kind of put a stop on things so I can continue to analyze them. If it's a director position or above, it needs to have my approval to be hired for. So we can just kind of see where we are, because if the work is getting done, we may not need the additional position. I want to reiterate for the public, any cameras, I was at a school yesterday and the principal said to me, I'm so glad you're not making any changes at the school level. The principals appreciate that, and I'm not. So any action that I'm taking right now is all central office level to create the conditions for how we will move forward to impact change at the school level. We'll continue to refine the literacy plan, continue to build understanding of the literacy plan, make budget recommendations in the next few weeks that will allow us to continue to operationalize that plan. And the second hire, to signal how important this work is going to be, I'm going to add to our academics team a literacy effectiveness officer whose sole job every day when they wake up every morning is to think about literacy and how to engage internal and external stakeholders around our vision for every third grade student being proficient in reading. And that position will be posting in the next week or so. We'll continue to refine and build systems and also working on a long-term capital improvement plan using existing data, guiding principles, and the exploration of options and opportunities that you all will get a full debrief on over the next few months, and then a final recommendation will be coming to you in the month of February. So you'll be debriefed over time, and then in February you'll get the final plan for you to be voting on. Hoskins Brown.
Dr. Watts, do you want questions on the slides that you're on, or do you want us to wait till the end?
I'd rather you ask them now.
Okay. Can you tell me, this is the second time I've seen reference to a deputy for strategic innovation and performance. I see it in another organization, but it's a relatively new construct for me. Like, I don't know what you major in college to grow up to become the deputy of strategic innovation and performance. So what is the profile of that professional? What's their training? What do they know? I mean, I can tell from the title what you expect for them to bring, but what kind of professional do you recruit for that?
I would say if there's any, it doesn't necessarily have to be like something you train for in college, but if I was thinking about college, it may be somebody who got a college degree in organizational effectiveness or something like that. I would say it's really more about experiences in which you had somebody who can work cross-divisionally, cross-functionally across people, someone who has a very high inclination and orientation around impact and influence, because they're not necessarily going to be in charge of people, but they have to be able to get people in a room and galvanize work collectively over groups of people to move the work forward. And they have to be performance oriented. So it's not just coming up with a great idea, but how do we measure what that great idea is? And then pulling in another part of the organization, which would be David Feliciano's part of the organization to help track that. So it really has to be a person who understands, I'm not working, none of this work gets done in silo. And sometimes I think it's very easy in organizations like school districts to get very siloed. And I will say that is some of my observations right now, is that we get very siloed. This is my project, I'm in my lane, and this is happening over here, and this is happening over here, but we're not considering what's happening together and how those things are dependent upon one another. We gotta move together. The best example I can give, if you've ever watched football, offense or defense, they move together on the field. You don't have the quarterback running over here and the offensive lineman going over here. They move together on the field. On a basketball court, they move together. I'm trying to get us in a place where we move together. It doesn't matter where you sit in the organization, we're moving together on the field. Does that make sense?
Thank you, yes.
Yes, when you mentioned to hire a literacy effectiveness officer, do you expect for that person to have a strong background or a major in K through 8, or are you looking for someone K through 12?
I would say that they need to have a very strong background in early childhood literacy, because that's where our focus is. All right, as we move into mid-September to mid-October, I've got to have some support externally and internally with our audit team. I will likely be doing an RFP here in the next few days for some external audits. Because the other thing that I've realized over the last few days is that I can't do it all. Sometimes I feel like I can, but my body is telling me otherwise. So while I am out in the community, learning a lot from people, listening to people, I can't do the deep dives into each of the departments that I need to do to have the information that I need to move the organization forward. So I will be calling to have some audits done at various departments so I can understand where we are today. And it's not just my opinion, and it's not just what somebody told me. It's a third-party eye on the work, which I think will give it credibility. We're going to be launching letters training in October. Well, I should say exploring, because we don't have the budget finalized and brought to you all yet to have that approved. But if approved by the board, we'll be launching letters training in October. We're going to be fully instituting new systems and structures. I will be launching cabinet evaluations. And the other big thing, and I'm glad because it just came up, is we have got to do some work to bolster our communications and engagement department. Every single board meeting, I don't know if you all are tracking it, but I am, we talk about how we are not doing a very good job of communicating with our stakeholders. We just did. I think Sean was the person who said it. We don't tell our story well. And it's not because of the folks on that small team over there, those two people. It's not because they're not working really hard to do that, but it's hard to do that for a district this size with the variety of stakeholders we have with limited tools. I think I realized that not too long ago. They came in to do a welcome video for me, and literally one of them was writing the script, the camera was falling to the side. It was the most I was like, I can't believe this is my real life right now. And again, it's not because of them. We don't have the capacity to do what you all continue to tell me in every single board meeting. We don't tell our story well because we don't have the tools and the team to tell our story well.
And to piggyback on that, just to be clear, I think we have a fantastic team.
Yes.
We get our message out really well internally.
Yes.
Like the parents who go to our schools, we do some occasional outside of our bubble communications, but we're not Coca-Cola. We're not buying $400 million of ad space on television and in newspapers and constantly communicating, because that's not our role. You know, so that's the challenge. It's getting the broader word out to the broader community, but not like buying advertising space at the same time.
Right.
So I just want to be clear, my comments were not critical internally. I think we have a great team.
We have an excellent team,
Yeah.
and for what they get accomplished with just two people trying to do it is amazing. But we need, if you look at any district this size, there's more than two people trying to do a website, social media. It's a bigger team. So adding a couple of people to that team, you're going to continue to see this capital improvement thing across the bottom of the slide, because over the next few months we will be exploring some opportunities and options, and being able to roll that out soon, and very soon is the goal. Around October, mid-November is when some of this stuff should start crystallizing. I should be seeing themes and patterns. I should be able to sit down with cabinet and executive leadership and say, what are you all seeing that I see, and what does this mean in terms of our strategic plan and balanced scorecard? So we'll start revising around mid-October into November. We will be finalizing the literacy plan, and then we'll also be beginning to go out to the community to talk to them about capital improvement, so that the community can kind of understand how we're moving and how we're operating. About that time, I'll also start the work in around the persistently underperforming schools. And then we close out once we get to November 30th, I'll be reporting out all of the findings, soliciting feedback. So I'm going to tell you what I heard and what I saw and what I learned. And I want you to affirm, oh, that sounds about right. Or, I don't know, maybe you misinterpreted that. And also to begin to give me feedback on how to move forward. We'll make final revisions to the strategic plan, begin to align partners to our plan, advance new metrics for accountability, and continue to engage on the capital improvement plan. Final draft expected in February. So with that, it's my hope that by the time we come back from winter break, we're future focused. We've closed up some of the urgent issues that tend to be bogging us down right now, and that we are ready to advance on a strategic plan to move forward. Are there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for this overview and the details that you want us to direct attention to. In your phase 3, you mentioned the compensation study.
Yes.
Can you tell us how that connects to, builds on, or replaces the previous compensation study?
So I'm still trying to it was just this week that I learned that there had been a previous compensation study. So I don't know that I've actually put my hands on it to really understand what was done and what we learned from that compensation study. So if there's enough detail there, I may not need to do another one. But the other thing that I hear every time the board is in a room together and we're discussing staff and personnel issues, buses, the operation side of the house in particular, is that we're not paying people what we should be paying them. And I don't know if that's from a factual standpoint or a feeling standpoint, but I need someone to validate we're on track or off track. As I've looked at data that has been shared with me by Ramon, we've made some significant jumps over the last 2 years in how we pay people. So are we not on track or are we not? I don't know the answer, and the only way for me to know the answer is to have a third party validate it. Because I think right now it's people feel as though they're not being compensated well, but is that true? I don't know.
With kind of on that track of personnel, I mean, I know that we have that compensation study. So much has changed with the pandemic and changes since that study was done. I can see where a new one could be valuable. But I'm also curious in that analysis if there is a way to capture the job satisfaction side of it and how much the workforce has been changed and the expectations of, yes, the salary is absolutely important, but what other factors might our teachers and staff be looking for? So they might be willing to take a job at a certain salary if X, Y, and Z comes along with it. So,
Sure.
and it's more than just benefits, because benefits I think is the traditional. So I don't know what that looks like or if that's possible to even quantify.
Yes.
But to me, that's a really critical part in understanding our workforce satisfaction and recruitment and retention.
And there's plenty of research out there that validates it's not just about a paycheck.
Right.
People want working conditions in which they feel they're valued, they're heard, their work makes a difference, there's efficacy. And that doesn't cost anything.
Well, and we have
That's
the
about
teacher,
leadership.
we have the teacher burnout report. The first part of it was done, and the second part, I guess, is happening now. So that hopefully will dovetail
Yes.
together.
I think that can definitely be included. That's all hand over here.
Yeah, along those lines, it's not just what are we paying people and what are the pay scales and the satisfaction issues, but it's all, because there's such a teacher shortage nationally and in Georgia, it's going to be even worse over the next decade.
Yes.
It's not just a traditional comp study, but it's also all of the non-monetary components of compensation.
Yes.
How can we be creative? We're going to subsidize rent for living somewhere. We're going to do loan forgiveness. We're going to do whatever. The other add-ons that set us apart from every other district who is also raising teacher pay to try to get them there.
I call it value proposition.
Yeah, so
What is our value proposition?
it's the whole package.
Yes, ma'am.
We are doing much better with our pay, but it's been a process of coming along kicking and screaming. It hasn't been just,
Sure.
you know. So when we're doing this study, I want to be sure that we're starting from the bottom, that we're not just looking at teachers and that we're, because the problem as I saw it and as I was hearing from constituents is those who are not in the instructional realm, but the people who do the plumbing, the electricians, the mechanics, those persons who we must have, but who we do not seem to value, that we cannot function without them. So I hope that study will.
It will, it definitely will. And again, I'm not coming to anybody saying that I don't believe what people are saying. I think we just need a third party to
Oh, I think
examine.
that's excellent.
Yes,
It'll help all of us.
yes. And we can operate again, fact over feeling. Anything else, question wise? All right, Kurt, you want to close us out?
Be my honor.
Put them on the
Send it back to the board president.
Okay,
We'll be done.
We actually have the board president and superintendent for closing remarks, so.
okay, Mike.
Also, I'll give you the microphone.
Can we
Thank
get
you.
our homework from you too,
Yeah,
whatever,
we need our
with the
homework.
post-it no
Okay.
homework you want to do?
All right, so, you're gonna email?
The homework.
Okay, the homework will be emailed to you. Have a great evening, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
If everybody